conversations across Traverse City, Michigan, looking for some terms related to this contract. Not seeing any terms disclosed in this contract. Is Bravo Lima November Kilo.
Okay, let me just update the levels here. Good morning. Where are we now? Futures are at 44.76. Support 44.76. 44.50. All right, we have, let's see, 44.98. And the upper level was what? 55.12. 45.12. I wish it was 55.12. All right. Let's go check out support.com. That one's gone crazy. For those of you still in it, support.com. Wow. Impressive. All right, VIX is starting to move a bit higher. Always use a trading plan. Always use a trading plan. Good morning there, Robert. Happy Friday. Okay, just watching support.com. Squeezing up near 50. Was trading $8 to $10 earlier in the week. Congrats to those of you who held on to it. Monticello. Morning Trader Dave. All right, so prior to the opening bell, a lot of traders will take the positions off, wait for price action to stabilize. Yeah, you're going to DC? Cool. Say hello to Abe for me. Gonna take the kids up there, probably one weekend, long weekend. We're gonna go down to Jacksonville for a few days to visit with family. My sister is down there, and a little bit southwest of the city in Orange Park. Mom's gonna be there.
9 minutes left in this morning's pre-market trading.
All right, we got 9 minutes to go. So this morning we know that
Just ahead of the open, stocks remain up about 0.2%.
S&P,
is the leader here this morning. Nasdaq futures trading up.
we've got support at 44.76 and 44.50. We got resistance overhead at 44.98 and 512 on the S&P 500.
Index also trading up about 0.2.
Keep an eye on support.com. That one's been going nuts.
Trading for the stock market today. Crude oil trading up.
Sectors are all green this morning, pre-market, with the exception of metals and mining and home builders. The VIX is starting to move a bit higher, gapping down, but moving higher. Powell's supposed to speak at 10 o'clock, which will likely set the tone for the day. It's most likely a non-event, I would agree. Most likely a non-event. The markets and the economy seem fragile. I mean, a lot of things like the industrial production numbers are showing that economy is improving, underlying strength. This is a monthly chart, industrial production. We can see RSI, these three trends back in 2009, 2017, and most recently off the 2020 low. This continues to move higher, so that's bullish despite what we're seeing. The Fed most likely will look at support.com coming back from 49. The VIX is moving a bit higher. So I would give it a few minutes before I do anything. I'm going to give it a few minutes before I do anything this morning. Good morning, Daniel. Frano. So Frano, you sold your support.com too, huh? I sold it too early, but you know what? Made a nice gain. We've had quite a bit of time since seeing a 5% pullback. A lot of people talking about that this morning as well. It did lay that out yesterday. I have some hedges on and they'll probably take off if we push higher this morning. So I was looking at these potential for a pullback. Still possible, depending on what Powell says and how algos trade it. So I have these laid out about 1.5% back to the 21 day. Okay, about 1.7 to the top of this volume by price bar behind the data points here. And that would be about 5.7% back to this 42.50 zone, major support if we did pull back. Of course, at 50 days at 3%, 3% drawdown. It's been a while since we've seen anything like that. It's because of these events that volatility premium has been attractive to traders to sell. Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here. Give me 1 second. Man, they're really trying hard to spam people with, I mean, not trying hard, but they are spamming people big time with extended car warranties. Man, I'm getting so many texts and so many phone calls. It's just ridiculous. Just about every other call now is something to do with your car that I don't even own anymore. All right, so AMD spiking here a little bit pre-market. AMD spiking.
See out EU China liberal education out with a press release here announcing the company has cooperated with some enterprises to provide graduates with internship and employment services, highlighting something from August 24th when more than 200 students recommended by the company participated.
All right, market's a bit choppy, going into the opening bell. I won't do anything for the first 15 or 20 minutes except maybe take profits off if we get any kind of gap ups that I'm interested in taking profits on. But other than that, sectors look pretty good. All sectors are green except for metals and mining and the builders. Robotics is off a bit this morning. What's Nvidia doing? I'd like to see semis lead today. Nvidia is up $1.65, still hanging out in the low 220s. Etsy looking for a follow through, looking for Bitcoin to pick up where it left off. Bitcoin got 3 minutes to go for the opening bell. Bitcoin looking for this trend to continue. It's at the 200-day right there. VIX is rising up to 1804 pre-market. We got the spiders and the futures bouncing a little bit off of support zones.
2-minute warning here, 2-minute warning until the open of stock trading.
Roku's up 250. Tesla's up almost $5. A little bit of a downtrend on Tesla. Paycom, that's up 285. Paycom. This is one that I'd like to see a follow through on this 3 weeks type pattern. Look for a follow through. It's trading 484 pre-market. DraftKings added Arizona, 44th state, added to its fantasy product. DraftKings. All right, less than a minute to go. All right, folks. Good luck today. Sport.com coming back fast. Get ready for the opening bell. All right, here we go. Good luck, folks.
See out EU China liberal education shares are getting a little bit here. The stock moving over the 290 level. Charlie Lima Echo uniform.
SPY drifting a bit lower right now. Powell speaks in a half an hour. Okay, here we go. All right. All right, very choppy this morning. Defense stocks, yeah, we've noticed that as well. Nvidia on the move. There goes Nvidia. Nvidia's on the move. NVIDIA. See if it holds this, continues higher today. NVIDIA. AMD on the move.
SPRT support.com shares halted on a circuit breaker here. Shares halted to the downside, pulling back below the $35 level. The stock still at 71% for the session. Sandy, Papa, Romeo, Tango.
NVIDIA going. NVIDIA's on the move. AMD's on the move. AMC's on the move.
High tick alert plus 800.
INPX and Fiction announcing it secured a purchase order for hundreds of multi-tech RF sensors for the U.S. federal government. Despite that comment of hundreds of sensors, no terms disclosed in this press release by Infiction. India, November, Papa, X-ray. If an order or contract is going to be material for a company, they would be required to disclose terms. That's why it is important to know if there's
All right, NVIDIA's up $4. AMD is higher. AMD, NVIDIA. Okay, support.com. Coming back in. Halted on the pullback. Wow. Good luck with that one. VIX dropping off. Dix is off $1. Etsy's off 280. Looking for a bit more buying on Etsy. All right, stocks are really mixed at the moment. Paycom looking for a pop. Tesla's up 5. Roku up 3. Yeah, I just wait till the markets settle down. SPY looks like it wants to move a bit higher. Powell speaks at 10 a.m. All right, let's see what's running today. High relative volume. Got workday again. Workday, 3 times relative volume. Gap up. Workday. Big. Support.com. Trading 2 times relative volume. Support.com. You can see where it was pre-market.
President James Bullard via Reuters. Bullard saying that he would like to taper now,
Big gap down.
finish by the end of the first quarter 2022.
49.20 down to 32.
Is fine with inflation
Support.com.
but may need to put downward pressure on inflation if it lasts longer. St. Louis Fed President James Bullard interviewing on Bloomberg TV.
All right, just watching stocks profit taking first 10-15 minutes of the trading day. Algo's taking care of imbalances. Let's see, PHUN seems to be in play. PHUN. That one's bouncing. Penny stocks. Newell Brands, NWL. Looking better.
PLTR Palantir shares rebounding off of the just below the $25 level just after the open, rebounding about 50 cents here. The stock now trading up 2% for the session, 2.5%.
All right, so with the hurricane or the tropical storm in the Gulf, we're probably going to see these rising. Apache over the next few days. APA. See what in the money calls look like. What do we? It's 18. 18 call.
Turning negative, the stock now below the 340 level, marking a new session low at 338.85, down about 0.25% here. That's ticker.
All right. Watch your oil and gas names. All right. Apache has an ATR of a little over 90 cents.
Circuit breaker pulling back from recent high. The stock still up about 40.
Tesla fading. Roku up 4. AMD fading a little bit. NVIDIA fading. Don't chase the highs. All right. All right, what is Robinhood doing? Robinhood settling down. All right, some of these, let's take a look at the oil and gas names. Apache, Halliburton,
SPRTsupport.com shares resuming trade following a circuit breaker halt.
Holly Frontier. HFC is clearing some levels here. It's $1.14 ATR. It's up $1.34. So these are expanding. Looks like oil and gas continues to get bought. Oil and gas in play again today. Let's see, Exxon Mobil, Exxon, a lot of these, CVX. Oil and gas names in play. Let's take a look at USO. USO clearing some levels.
SAVA Cassava Sciences shares back over the $60 level. Shares down about 15% for the session. Sandy Alpha, Victor Alpha.
All right, so we're just chopping around.
SGOC, that's
All right, Diamondback Energy, Diamondback
spiking over the $10 level. The stock now 20
looking for a follow through. This one has an ATR of $3.35.
1049.
It's up 235, so you can see another buck out of Fang, Diamondback. Looking for a move to the 50-day, Fang, Diamondback. All right, looking for a little dip first.
St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard saying, quote, it's possible
All
that
right,
we
VIX
could
is
enter
pushing a
a
bit higher.
productivity growth regime that could lead to
We have
higher
weekly options expiring today, S&P 500 in the morning, about 10%. I think about 17% of the spiders expiring at the end of the day.
for Renovo RX, ticker Romeo, November X-ray Tango.
Diamondback Energy.
SPRTsupport.com shares halted on a second circuit breaker, I believe. Shares halted up 86% for the session. And yes, this was
Futures are trying to bounce now.
support.com, Sam Papa, Romeo Tango.
DraftKings blasting off. DraftKings going. DraftKings needs to get above 60.
14 minutes, Fed Chair Jay Powell will be presenting, giving a speech from the Fed's Jackson Hole Symposium, which is going on over this weekend.
Diamondback keeps going.
For a way to tune into that speech, type in ticker SPY SPY in Benzinga Pro's news feed, and there's a link to the Kansas City Fed YouTube page where the speech will be aired.
All right, its ATR is 335. Diamondback. A ways to go now. Starting to flag. Relative volume. CEI, penny stock, energy name. Workday. SGOC. What is SGOC? I don't know what that is. SGOC. I don't know the name. Let's see on SGOC. SGOC. Chinese manufacturer liquid crystal displays. All right, that one's active. SGOC. Another Chinese name.
Programming update here. Benzinga's YouTube channel will be airing Fed Chair Jay Powell's Jackson Hole speech live at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Use URL youtube.com/c/Benzinga to get to Benzinga's YouTube channel.
All right, SPY's starting to climb now. VIX is backing off.
We'll also be giving you highlights from the speech on Benzinga Pro.
Fed's going to be speaking. Powell will be speaking in 12 minutes. Scheduled to start speaking in 12. Paycom, a little fade from the highs. We got Roku starting to move. Tesla's up 3. Bitcoin, what are you doing, Bitcoin? Bitcoin's trying to move higher. It's 47,285. Recent highs 50,500. 50,200, I think.
St. Louis Fed President James Bullard saying that the markets are already pricing in that a taper is going to happen. A headline by Reuters.
BioNTech off 7, $8. BioNTech. Apple's off 66 cents. The FANG stocks, growth stocks, mixed. Got NVIDIA just off the highs of the day. VIX is bouncing around. Waste of time trying to figure out which direction we're going to move at the moment with Fed Powell speaking at 10 o'clock. Crocs looks good.
SPRT support.com shares resume trade. Following a circuit breaker, that was the second circuit breaker. Shares continuing to rebound from lows here. 39.71 last trade in support.com. That's up 100%, more than 100%. Sandy, Papa Romeo Tango.
Okay, shorts are covering again. SPRT, shorts are covering again.
Stocks marking new intraday highs just a few moments ahead of a speech by Fed Chair Jay Powell at Jackson Hole Symposium. S&P 500 futures trading up nearly 0.4%, 44.82 and three quarters last trade in S&P 500 futures.
All right, support's up 84% at the moment. All right, VIX still moving lower. Looks like got a little bit of a tailwind going into the Fed speak. Anticipating he's not going to do much. AXP, American Express, looks good, moving above the 50-day. American Express gets through these volume by price bands over the next week or two. We could see the highs again. That's what it looks like for now. Dick's off $1.30. Etsy's off $2.85.
SPRT support.com shares expected to resume trade following the circuit breaker at 9:57 and 14 seconds a.m. Eastern time. That would be
All
for
right,
a
SPY's starting to get a move on now.
circuit breakers can also be for 10-minute and 30-minute
Generac,
all day. The Nasdaq
another one that does well with hurricanes coming.
circuit breaker
Tropical storm headed towards same time of year for Katrina. Between now and August 31st, same time of the year, headed towards more towards Baton Rouge, to the left, to the west of Baton Rouge. At least that's the last cone that I saw, a direct line, moving west of New Orleans, hopefully. All right, VIX dropping off more.
mRNA, Moderna. Reuters reporting that the EU Medicines Agency says Moderna's COVID vaccine production at the Raleigh facility will continue following a preliminary assessment following a contamination incident. That's Mike Romeo, November Alpha. Shares of Moderna pulling back under the 390 level, but it looks like that price action was prior to that headline, Mike Romeo, November Alpha. mRNA Moderna shares finding a little support here at the 385 level. The stock down.
I don't know. Moderna, I probably would wait for the heavy lifters to do something with it. Right now, it just looks worrisome. Looks like the next leg could be down. You got this volume by price band right along the 50-day. If it gets to the 50-day, I might be interested there. Have to reassess it once it gets there. All right, early strength in energy names. Watching for that to continue. Tesla's up 384. It's sideways as well. I don't know. I get the sense that the markets aren't going to move a lot until after Powell starts speaking into his speech, maybe around 10:15. Maybe we'll get a better read. For now, the S&P is just sitting right above the 9 EMA. Inside day, narrow price action. We've got our support levels, 44.76. Resistance overhead, 45.12, 44.98. $44.76, $44.50, much lower. Okay, $44.98.
PRTsport.com shares resuming trade. Stock up 82% for the session, pulling back, continuing to pull back here. Sandy Papa Romeo Tango.
All right. Trying to build above VWAP, going into the Fed's scheduled conference at 10 o'clock a.m.
Twitter shares about flat for today's session. Tango Whiskey Tango Romeo.
Roku fading. Most stocks are fading. Tesla's trying to push higher. Tesla now starting to look better. Tesla looking better for now. All right, looks like shorts are covering some more on support.com. I could see it hit new highs first before pulling back in.
Completed merger from a SPAC that is trading for the first time today. IronNet shares
S&P
completed
500.
circuit breaker at a session high, up more than 20%. The stock halted at 1547. India Romeo November Tango.
All right, support.com rising again.
Fed Chair Jay Powell about to begin his speech at the Jackson Hole Symposium. Seeing a summary of some of the prepared remarks via Dow Jones here. Fed Chair Jay Powell saying that
Palantir.
remains, quote, well positioned to aid a recovery process. Powell expecting continued job gains and inflation returning to
Okay, big options in MPC.
now could be
Big trades on MPC. Seeing that moving higher as well. Marathon Petroleum, $1.60. It's up $1.38. It's clearing a W-shaped pattern, the center of the W-shaped pattern, following through, 59.31. Strength in the oil and gas stocks. Looking for that to follow through on these little dips. Diamondback, Apache, Devon Energy, Marathon Petroleum. The October 5750s.
Powell reassuring that, quote, even after the Fed's taper is complete, elevated Fed bond holdings offer support. Again, a few of the highlights from prepared remarks from Fed Chair Jay Powell for his speech at the Jackson Hole Symposium, which is just beginning.
Oil and gas, AMD, Nvidia, active.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, here we go. Here we go. We're following through. VIX dropping really hard. VIX dropping hard. All right, Apple getting a bounce. FANG stock starting to get a bounce. VIX dropping really hard.
Well below zero over the past quarter century. Labor market conditions are improving but turbulent, and the pandemic continues to threaten not only health and life, but also economic activity. Many other advanced economies are experiencing similarly unusual conditions. In my comments today, I will focus on the Fed's efforts to promote our maximum employment and price stability goals amid this upheaval, and suggest how lessons from history and a careful focus on incoming data and the evolving risks offer useful guidance for today's unique monetary policy challenges. The pandemic recession, the briefest yet deepest on record, displaced roughly 30 million workers in the space of 2 months. The decline in output in the second quarter of 2020 was twice the full decline during the Great Recession. But the pace of the recovery has exceeded expectations, with output surpassing its previous peak after only 4 quarters, less than half the time required following the Great Recession. As is typically the case, the recovery in employment has lagged that in output. Nonetheless, employment gains have also come faster than expected. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been hardest hit. In particular, despite progress, joblessness continues to fall disproportionately
AMD ripping higher.
in the service sector and on African Americans and Hispanics. The unevenness
AMD looks really good.
further be seen through the lens of the sectoral shift of spending into goods, particularly durable goods such as appliances, furniture, and cars, and away from services, particularly in-person services in areas such as travel and leisure. As the pandemic struck, restaurant meals fell 45%, air travel 95%, and dentist visits 65%. Even today, with overall GDP and consumption spending more than fully recovered, services spending remains about 7% below trend. Total employment is now 6 million below its February 2020
Bitcoin
level,
pushing higher.
and 5 million of that shortfall is in the still depressed service sector. In contrast, spending on durable goods has boomed since the start of the recovery and is now running about 20% above the pre-pandemic level. With demand outstripping pandemic-afflicted supply, rising durables prices are a principal factor lifting inflation well above our 2% objective. Given the ongoing upheaval in the economy, some strains and surprises are inevitable. The job of monetary policy is to promote maximum employment and price
DraftKings
stability
about
as
to
the
break
economy
out.
works through
DKS about to break out.
I'll turn now to a discussion of progress toward those goals. The outlook for the labor market has brightened considerably in recent months. After faltering last winter, job gains have risen steadily over the course of this year.
Etsy reversing off the lows. Etsy draft.
832,000 over the past 3 months, of
Dix
which
pushing
almost
higher. Dix is
200,000
breaking
are
out.
in services. The
DKS
pace of
gap
total
and go.
employment is faster than at any time in the recorded data before the pandemic.
Okay, so we're going to draw a trend line through the lows here. That's going to be our stop.
Are at record highs, and employer
If this
growth
blasts
rates
off,
cannot keep
Nvidia is
up
about to
fast
go.
enough to meet returning demand. These favorable conditions for job seekers should help the economy cover the considerable remaining ground to reach maximum employment. The unemployment rate has declined to 5.4%, a post-pandemic low, but is still much too high, and the reported rate understates the amount of labor market slack. Long-term unemployment remains elevated, and the recovery in labor force participation has lagged well behind the rest of the labor market, as it has in past recoveries. With vaccinations rising, schools reopening, and enhanced unemployment benefits ending, some factors that may be holding back job seekers are likely fading. While the Delta variant presents a near-term risk,
Paycom with a follow through.
progress
Paycom,
toward maximum.
PAYC, follow through. Looks like it's going to go.
The rapid
3
reopening of
weeks
the
tight.
economy has brought a sharp run-up in inflation. Over the 12 months through July, measures of headline and core PCE inflation have run at 4.2% and 3.6% respectively.
VIX still bear flags.
Our 2% longer-run objective. Businesses and consumers widely report upward pressure on prices and wages. Inflation at these levels is, of course, a cause for concern. But that concern is tempered by a number of factors that suggest that these elevated readings are likely to prove temporary. This assessment is a critical and ongoing one, and we are carefully monitoring incoming data. The dynamics of inflation are complex, and we assess the inflation outlook from a number of different perspectives, as I will now discuss. The spike in inflation is so far largely the product of a relatively narrow group of goods and services that have been directly affected by the pandemic and the reopening of the economy. Durable goods alone contributed about 1% to the latest 12-month measures of headline and core inflation. Energy prices, which rebounded with the strong recovery, added another 0.8% to headline inflation. And from long experience, we expect the inflation effects of these increases to be transitory. In addition, some prices, for example, for hotel rooms and airplane tickets, declined sharply during the recession and have now moved back up close to pre-pandemic levels. The 12-month window we use in computing inflation now captures the rebound in prices, but not the initial decline, temporarily elevating reported inflation. These effects, which are adding a few tenths to measured inflation.
Apple, nice bounce. Fang stock's getting a nice bid here.
Range of measures meant to capture whether price increases for particular items are spilling
Qs, the Qs are moving higher.
These include trimmed mean measures and measures excluding durables and computed from just before the pandemic. These measures generally show inflation at or close to our 2% longer run objective. We would be concerned had signs that inflationary pressures were spreading more broadly through the economy. We are also directly monitoring the prices of particular goods and services most affected by the pandemic and the reopening, and are beginning to see a moderation in some cases as shortages ease. Used car prices, for example, appear to have stabilized. Indeed, some price indicators are beginning to fall. If that continues, analysts predict
Bitcoin's pushing higher.
used car prices will soon be pulling measured inflation down, as they did for much of the past decade. This same dynamic of upward inflation pressure dissipating and in some cases reversing seems likely to play out in durables more generally. Over the 25 years preceding the pandemic, durables prices actually declined, with inflation averaging negative 1.9% per year. As supply problems have begun to resolve, inflation in durable goods other than autos has now slowed and may be starting to fall. It seems unlikely that durables inflation will continue to contribute importantly over time to overall inflation. We will be looking for evidence that supports or undercuts that expectation. We also assess whether wage increases are consistent with our 2% inflation goal over time. Wage increases are essential to support a rising standard of living and are generally, of course, a welcome development. But if wage increases were to move materially and persistently above the levels of productivity gains and inflation, businesses would likely pass those increases on to customers, a process that could become the sort of wage price spiral seen at times in the past. Today, we see little evidence of wage increases that might threaten excessive inflation. Broad-based measures of wages that adjust for compositional changes in the labor force, such as the Employment Cost Index and the Atlanta Wage Growth Tracker, show wages moving up at a pace that appears consistent with our longer-term inflation objective. We'll continue to monitor this carefully. Policymakers and analysts generally believe that
Qs.
as long as longer-term inflation expectations remain anchored, policy
Look ready to break higher.
look through temporary swings in inflation. Our monetary policy framework emphasizes that anchoring longer-term expectations at 2% is important for both maximum employment and price stability.
All right, future's still pushing higher.
Carefully monitor
We got
a wide range of indicators of
6 to 1 up volume.
expectations. These measures today are at levels broadly consistent with our 2% objective. Because measures of inflation expectations are individually noisy,
Q's pushing through 375.
across
Those calls are working.
one approach to summarizing these patterns is the board staff's Index of Common Inflation Expectations, which combines information from a broad range of survey and market-based measures. This index captures a general move down in expectations starting around 2014, a time when inflation was running persistently below 2%. More recently, the index shows a welcome reversal of that decline and is now at levels more consistent with our 2% objective. Longer-term inflation expectations have moved much less than actual inflation or near-term expectations, suggesting that households, businesses, and market participants also believe that current high inflation readings are likely to prove transitory, and that in any case, the Fed will keep inflation close to our 2% objective over time.
All right.
It is worth noting that since the 1990s, inflation in many advanced economies has run somewhat below 2%, even in good times. The pattern of low inflation likely reflects sustained disinflationary forces, including technology, globalization, and perhaps demographic factors, as well as a stronger and more successful commitment by central banks to maintain price stability. In the United States, unemployment ran below 4% for about 2 years before the pandemic, while inflation ran at or below 2%. Wages did move up across the income spectrum, a welcome development.
SPY continues to rise. Nice little move there. I rolled some calls out to the 375 strike for August 30th. The Qs took some profits off. The 375 calls that expire today and
as the pandemic passes into
rolled
its
some out to August 30th.
We will continue to monitor incoming inflation data against each of these assessments.
Monday.
To sum up,
If they move enough today, I'll just take those off as well.
inflation
So
returning to levels consistent with our goal of inflation averaging 2% over time. Let me now turn to how the baseline
AMD continues to ramp higher.
figure in our monetary policy making.
All right, I move my stops.
Through the early 1980s provides two important lessons for managing the risks and uncertainties we face today. The early days of stabilization policy in the 1950s taught monetary policymakers not to attempt to offset what are likely to be temporary fluctuations in inflation. Indeed, responding may do more harm than good, particularly in an era where policy rates are much closer to the effective lower bound even in good times. The main influence of monetary policy on inflation can come after a lag of a year or more. If a central bank tightens policy in response to factors that turn out to be temporary, the main policy effects are likely to arrive after the need has passed. The ill-timed policy move unnecessarily slows hiring and other economic activity and pushes inflation lower than desired. Today, with substantial slack remaining in the labor market and the pandemic continuing, such a mistake could be particularly harmful. We know that extended periods of unemployment can mean lasting harm to workers and to the productive capacity of the economy. History also teaches, however, that central banks cannot take for granted that inflation due to transitory factors will fade. The 1970s saw two periods in which there were large increases in energy and food prices, raising headline inflation for a time. But when the direct effects on headline inflation eased, core inflation continued to run persistently higher than before. One likely contributing factor was that the public had come to generally expect higher inflation. One reason why we now monitor inflation expectations so carefully. Central banks have always faced the problem of distinguishing transitory inflation spikes from more troublesome developments, and it is sometimes difficult to do so with confidence in real time.
SPY looking good.
There is no substitute for a careful focus on incoming data and evolving risks. If sustained higher inflation were to become a serious concern, the FOMC would certainly respond and use our tools to assure that inflation runs at levels that are consistent with our goal. Incoming data should provide more evidence that some of the supply-demand imbalances are improving, and more evidence of a continued moderation in inflation, particularly in goods and service prices that have been most affected by the pandemic. We also expect to see continued strong job creation, and we'll be learning more about the Delta variant's effects. For now, I believe that policy is well positioned. As always, we are prepared.
Unusual that the markets continue to move higher as he's speaking.
That brings me to a concluding word on the path ahead for monetary policy.
All right, I'd probably take some profits off into strength. He's saying he's going to conclude.
Commitment to support the economy for as long as is needed to achieve a full recovery. The changes we made last year to our monetary policy framework are well suited to address today's challenges. We have said that we would continue our asset purchases at the current pace until we see substantial further progress toward our maximum employment and price stability goals, measured since last December when we first articulated this guidance. My view is that the substantial further progress test has been met for inflation. There has also been clear progress toward maximum employment. At the FOMC's recent July meeting, I was of the view, as were most participants, that if the economy evolved broadly as anticipated, it could be appropriate to start reducing the pace of asset purchases this year.
He's about to stop speaking, folks. I would take some profits off into strength. Maybe keep a few on for some follow through, but I'd start taking some off.
We will be carefully assessing incoming data and the evolving risks. Even after our asset purchases,
Mara is taking off here. Mara.
securities will continue to support accommodative financial conditions.
Bitcoin
The
stocks
pandemic
moving
has seen
higher.
the coming reduction in asset purchases will not be intended to carry a direct signal regarding the timing of interest rate liftoff, for which we have articulated a different and substantially more stringent test. We have said that we will continue to hold the target range for the federal funds rate at its current level until the economy reaches conditions consistent with maximum employment and inflation has reached 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. We have much ground to cover to reach maximum employment, and time will tell whether we have reached 2% inflation on a sustainable basis. These are challenging times for the public we serve, as the pandemic and its unprecedented toll on health and economic activity linger. But I will end on a positive note. Before the pandemic, we all saw the extraordinary benefits that a strong labor market can deliver to our society. Despite today's challenges, the economy is on a path to just such a labor market, with high levels of employment and participation, broadly shared wage gains, and inflation running close to our price stability goal. Thank you very much.
You've been listening to Fed Chair Jay Powell speaking at this year's virtual Jackson Hole Summit.
Take profits, folks. Take profits. Nvidia is still going. AMD looking good. It's +4. AMD. AMD. Fed speak stopped now. AMD looking very strong here. AMD. Advanced Micro. AMD. All right, so thinking we could see another leg like this. All right, AMD looks good. NVIDIA's going. Strength, there goes AMD. Wow, AMD is looking really nice here. Ford.com coming back a bit. All right, the Bitcoin stocks look good. Bitcoin. All right, Etsy's off 220. All right, Nvidia coming back in a little bit. AMD. It's 10:30, so watch it here. If it doesn't fade, we could have a trend day. All right, so VIX is turning higher now. Paycom up $7. Paycom, Payc. Paycom. Tight price action breaking out. Tight price action again, looking for the breakout. It's up $7.70 on the day. This was one we wrote about Monday, Tuesday. Looking for a follow through. Looking for the growth stocks to continue higher today. Growth stocks took a breather for the last 3 trading days. All right, looks like it's trying to break out many of these. Okay. So are cyclicals. Cyclicals. Growth versus value in these two panels. Growth on the top, value on the bottom. So all of these groups are getting some bids. That's good. Watch the energy, oil and gas names like Marathon Petroleum. All of these look good. Marathon clearing this level. Volume by price along this level as well. Let me just mark this up. Okay, we're breaking through this level and start to get a little bit easier as we ease back up to the highs. Diamondback, also another one, Diamondback FANG. Little rejection at the 21 day, looking for a follow through next week.
Spiking over the $48,000 level, now off about 2.7%, $48,190 last trade in Bitcoin futures. A couple of Bitcoin related stocks moving higher. Riot, that's RIOT, shares now 5.
Mara,
Romeo India, Oscar Tango, and
Marathon Oil, Marathon Digital.
Romeo Alpha shares up nearly 9% here, now over the $39 level.
Marathon Digital looking very good here. Marathon. AMD looks good. Mara looks good. Mara at the highs of the day.
AMD Advanced Micro Devices shares moving back toward a session high. Hearing Investor Business Daily, swing trader has called the stock new long. Alpha Mike Delta shares now marking a new session high, up about 4%.
Buy signals on the 5 and the 30 on Mara. Just waiting on the daily. Probably shows up next week. Mara and Bitcoin. Nice breakout on Bitcoin today. Mara's still going. All right, Mara, M-A-R-A. Mara. Clearing some levels here. Clearing some levels. Mara looks good. Clearing this level here. All right, looks good, Mara. Thank you. All right, Mara's clearing levels. Looks very nice. RSI remains above 50. If you kept any of these. All right, looks good. The volume looks good.
NEGG Newegg shares rebounding from a session low, turning positive, now up 3%. November Echo Golf Golf.
Mara's still going.
DVAX Dynavax. A few minutes ago, there was another block trade in the issue. It was the same block trade from before 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 800, about 860,000 shares, but the price was at 18.34 per share. That's ticker Delta Victor Alpha X-Ray. Shares up about 4.5% for the session.
All right, so the ATR on Mara is $2.74. It's up 320. I'd take a little bit off, maybe roll some out. Dick's breaking higher, about to take out the high, trying to take out yesterday's previous daily high. Ethereum pushing higher. ETHE also looks good. ETHE. All right, looking for a push off of the 9 EMA here.
session high, now 0.4%. Gulf Sandy Mike Gulf, note that this was an issue that saw some interest pre-market, had traded higher, and then at the open had came down and traded opened about flat. It's Gulf Sandy Mike Gulf. NEGG New Egg shares up about 3.5% here. Had recently spiked over the $17 level. No, we're not seeing any news on the issue, but keep in mind that this is a local
Ah,
that
boy.
has 14 million shares in its float, according to Reuters. November Echo Golf Golf.
ETHE looking for it to push a bit higher. Etsy still up $2.68. Looking for some dip buyers to come in. Oil and gas names still looking very strong. Oil and gas. A lot. Look at the oil and gas names. Complete population of the S&P 500 market movers. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Oil and gas, big today. Oil and gas, big today. Oil and gas stocks on the move. Roku's up 3, still chopping around. Shorts covering on support.com. Looking for a move above 40, 42. Maybe another halt. Tesla's up 880, just off the highs of the session. Tesla. AMD fading a little bit, but at the highs of the session. AMC starting to get a move on. AMC might catch a bid here. Watch AMC. All right, so those look good. Occidental Petroleum has a nice move on. Apache, Freeport, McMoran, nice move. Marathon Oil, that occasionally gets mentioned by Farmer Jim. Cabot Oil, all these look good. Baker Hughes taking off. Baker Hughes has been trading a lot, uh, a lot better. Um, it's been trading a lot better. It used to be a stick in the mud for a long time, and they spun off. Who was it, GE that used to own them? Apple's up 12 cents. Faded a little bit there. Apple. AMC is up 92 cents. AMC making a little beeline for higher prices. AMC, maybe it bounces now. I'd look to sell maybe on the next leg higher, probably sell the 55s or the 50 calls. The premium is really high, so market is favoring premium sellers at the moment with that heightened volatility. We did pull back to 1666 this morning. Tesla's up 850, 845. Roku's up 4, Paycom is up 7. All right, I really like what I'm seeing with the Bitcoin stocks. NIMO is bullish. All right, JPOC decides that he doesn't want to raise rates, so looks like a little bit more. A little bit more.
VERU shares marking a new session high, up 9.5%. Hearing Brookline Capital raising its price target to $29. The stock trading at just $8.77. That's ticker Victor Echo Romeo Uniform.
SGOC, Chinese manufacturer liquid crystal displays and light emitting diode monitors under various brands. SGOC. Yesterday, I forget what Chinese firm mentioned it. SGOC trading 7 times RVOL.
Reuters headlines highlighting that Rivian has filed a confidential submission for a draft registration for an IPO. IPO expected to take place after the SEC completes its review process. The size and price range for the proposed offering have not yet been determined. Note that Tesla, Tango Sandy Lima Alpha, and also Ford, ticker F, have stakes in Rivian.
High took alert plus 800.
Tesla does not have a stake in Rivian. It's Amazon and Ford. Alpha Mike Zulu November.
All right, so SPY getting a nice bounce here. Got a B pivot, SPY. You're funny, Frank. Yeah, B pivots a lot. Look good. This is, I have to say, markets look a lot better than I anticipated they would look. But we did say reassess the markets after Powell speaks. Tone of the market looks pretty bullish right now. Looks like 450 is going to get tested. 45.12. $45.12 is the upper limits on S&P. So I'd be fastidiously looking at positions to maybe take some off, minimize your exposure coming into today. And right now it looks like we can get a little bit more aggressive. It is a Friday, so I don't want to be too aggressive, but still thinking about taking some things off here and there. Jets keeps going. So no bearish signal on airlines. Those are looking good. Coinbase continues to move higher. Coinbase. Apache breaking higher. All of the oil and gas names looking good. All right, the oil and gas names getting a lot of attention today, while a lot of people, a lot of momentum traders are thinking about support.com. The oil and gas names are kicking buttocks and taking names. Bitcoin stocks working as well. Nice job there. S&P coming back up to test the highs. $44.98. 44.98's down here now. All right. Going to test those major levels overhead. All right, so you should be doing good. Hopefully you're taking a little bit of profits off the table here and there. All right, we're testing those highs again. Nice job. All right, so looks like oil and gas energy is definitely doing well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Marathon. Roku up 5. Support hanging out plus 16, right around 36. AMC up 95 cents. AMC looks like it's going to get going. AMC might get going. AMC. AMC looks good. Looking for that to follow through. Nice turn. All right, let's see what else is working really good. Spot S&P. Let's go back to the S&P. That looks good. S&P doing well today. All right, looks like we're going to go up and test 45.12. All right, they're going to take out the highs. They're going to take out the highs now. VIX is still dropping off. Qs looks like it's chasing SPY. SPY pushing through R2 first. Actually, no, they're both at the same time. Wow, that's pretty cool. IV on AMC IV. All right, so Bitcoin's taking a little breather right now. Maybe take a little profits off. AMC 170%. All right, we're at the highs. Qs.
It's 11 o'clock.
Etsy's off too, looking for a bounce there. Ethereum continues to push. Can we get Ethereum to push and take out the highs? This 3264, that would give us the upper Keltner bands, which are at 3440. And then eventually we could ease up into this area. Got lots of gaps, lots of areas where they stepped away from the bid. Built, you can see the volume by price in this area. Below 28, 29, that's where it all built. We got major support down below. Thanks to that, let's see, let's put that at 29. 29, 29, 29, 29. All right, so you got major support down below this level. If we can clear this overhead level at 34, which I think is probably the next leg. Next leg, we got a high tick alert. We should see the Bitcoin stocks continue. Nice leg. We just had a dip, so you're buying close to the same area that everyone else is buying. Ethereum. Looking for it to go. Bitcoin, AMC. 170% on the IV. Very high relative to historical volatility, so I'd be selling premium. Let's see, Bitcoin BTC. Ionis is starting to move higher again. Ionis. Ionis continues to push higher. Nice follow through today. You too, Rob. Have fun in DC. COCP. COCP. Which one, Andrew? Palantir with a lot of option volume. Today's expiration as well as September, the first week, second week of September. Yeah. Palantir, PLTR. September 17th. Palantir's got a lot of options. Active Palantir, PLTR. Watch the options here. These all look pretty good. The 26 call is very active. Looks like we could get through that pretty easy. Get to 27.50. We've got over $1 in ATR. It's up $1 now. Palantir. Let's see. Palantir. The daily, the 30, the 5-minute, all on a buy signal. Be big, yep. Nice follow through. All right. All right, Apple trying to get something going here. Apple. Can we get $2 out of this? Get it above 150. There's a lot of options at the 150 strike that will expire worthless. There's 31,000 of the Apple 150s trading at 2 and 3 cents for today. All right, looking for a move. Look for the cues to break higher, higher highs, higher lows. Let's see what the VIX looks like. VIX trying to bounce back up. It's still in a descending pattern. Mara still drifting higher. Here goes support.com. Support.com on the move. SPRT. SPRT. I don't recommend trading this unless you know what you're doing. But shorts are having to cover. Let's see, they made it up to 49 earlier pre-market. Not sure how far they're going to extend this, but it's possible we could take out the high of the day. Pre-market session 49.20. We've seen this kind of thing happen before with GameStop, Nokia, and others, AMC, where you put in this high pre-market. A lot of these pre-market buyers will sell prior to the opening bell, and then they'll look for a re-entry once the volume shows up. So that's what it's looking like right now. Looks like the volume's showing up. Looking for these guys to push this higher, take out the high of the day. There's probably some shorts up here. Overhead stops at 50. Looks like that's where it's headed right now. DraftKings looking good. There goes Amazon, starting to move. Amazon. Diamondback, the energy names doing well. Diamondback, the energy names. All right, those are topping the list today. No one else is sneaking in here just yet. I don't see what the Dow Industrial says. Chevron, yep, Chevron's on there. Okay, so Chevron. S&P 500 though, the top dogs. We've seen this happen before where all of them show up on the list of most actives, up percent. By the end of the day, a lot of times we'll see these double, like Oxy, for example, would be up 12% if that pattern continues. They were up 5%. So earlier, when we first noticed them 5%, can we get up to 10%? I think so. They all seem to be in play at the moment. Seen that pattern before. What's AMD doing? AMD is up 375, just off the high of the day. AMD looks really smart. Looks like a nice expansion day breakout. Gets above 112, that'll set up for a swing for next week for maybe another 10 points, so 122.50. I'd probably put a limit order to sell good till cancel 122, 122.25 before you get into that level. Good till cancel limit order. If you're not paying attention, you get taken out some of your position. VIX is holding. NVIDIA is trying to take out the high today. NVIDIA is trying to go. Chip stocks are pretty strong today. NVIDIA is just grinding along. All right, so that's fine. Fine with me. NVIDIA just grinds along. Look at all this volume. Grinds along. Let's look at the weekly. All right, so we've had these periods where we get these pullbacks, a 10-point, 15-point pullback, and then it rips. It rips 40, 50 points. So right now, we're only up 20 points. Can we rip another 30 points and make Nancy happy with her $1.5 million trade on NVIDIA? I think the odds are pretty good for her. Support looking good. Up above 41, 41.50, 41.70. Can we get? Are we squeezing right now on support.com? That could be detrimental to the bear's health. Could also go against you as a bull if you're trading it. We're squeezing. And let's see which way this goes. I'm going to keep an eye on this for a minute. Support.com. It's already up 114% on the day, but it looks like they're going to run this higher if it does anything like GameStop did. VIX is moving higher. Watch VIX. So maybe take some profits off the table on your index trades. It's already almost 12 o'clock. The market's liquidity starts to taper off after 12:30, 1 o'clock on a Friday. It's options expiration. Then it picks up again after 10 o'clock, after 3 o'clock p.m. Ethereum continues to grind higher. That looks good. Roku's up $6. Roku, 358, 63. Roku. All right, that looks better. Tesla's up 9, trying to take out the high of the day. Paycom's up 7.25. Paycom. AMD. AMC fading a bit from the highs. All right, the VIX is trying to scoot a little bit higher. The short ball trade looks like they covered down there at the lows on VIX at when it hit 1630, 1635. All right, so it's climbing a bit. So we're at the highs right now. DraftKings trying to push a bit higher. All right, let's take a look at DraftKings. DKNG, DraftKings. DraftKings looks good. If it can manage a move through 60, we've got 64 to 66. There's a little Kirby over here on the left, looking for that to follow through. DraftKings. Okay, so this Kirby over here is what I'm looking at. Looks like a higher low on SPY and the Qs. Looks like we're going to keep going. All right, so nice bullish action here on DraftKings. Volume has been good for the last few weeks. We had 2 bursts showing institutions buying shares. The way I like to look at this, when I see heightened volume, I look at the price action, 48 up to 52. Do you think that's all he wants? 4 points. The next week, they come in again, 4 points again. So this wave of buying looks like institutions filling positions. It takes them days and weeks to fill their positions. VIX is rolling over, so look for a SPY on this higher low and the Qs on this higher low to push above R2 again. We're just below R2. All right. Looks good. DraftKings looks good. DKNG looking for 64. DraftKings looking for 64. DraftKings looking for 64 again. All right, looking for follow through. SPY and the Q is just sitting here consolidating. I like DraftKings though. I like it for a push higher. All right, looks like we could push above. VIX continues to drop off here. That would be good. Looking for spiders to pop above this level. All right, so I'm getting a nice little consolidation here at the highs. 45.05. That was the start of the week. That was the upper level combo strike at 45.05. We finally touched that area. 45.12 is the overhead level. We got 44.98 as a little support zone there. VIX dropping off. Oil and gas names pushing higher. Marathon continues to push higher. All right, got the bid. Support continues to push a bit higher. It's at 42. Etsy looking for the bounce. Etsy bouncing over the last 20 minutes or so. All right, Etsy looking for the continuation. I like it on the daily and the weekly for a lot higher prices. looking for a higher low and markets push higher. Etsy looking for it to get back above 216 or so, 217. All right, SPY in the Q is looking for a higher low. Q is looking for a pop. SPY looking for a higher high. Watching Apple for a higher low and a higher high now. AMC trying to claw its way back up to and above the recent pivot highs. Looking for a follow through. Yeah, market's pretty strong here. Futures are gathering some strength here. Watch the futures. We've got market internals 7-1 up by them. We should take out the highs here. Tick cumulative is green. Up by him is 7-1. '60-minute, we got a fast signal crossing over. The 5-minute is green. The 60-minute has yet to turn green, but the fast signal just crossed over, so that'll be green as of the top of the hour, it looks like. 12 o'clock. We've got 7-1 sustained up by him this morning. Went from 5 to 7. So there is some buying going on. Let's take a look at the S&P equal weight index. Most sectors are moving higher, so that's most likely going to see. Yep. both cyclicals and growth, both of these look good, rising away from the 21-day, which is telling me to look at the S&P equal weight index, which is breaking out again. All right, so this will turn up by the end of the day. By the looks of it, this is turned down. This is the end of day calculation, so number of stocks trading above their 50-day. The 1,500 stocks in the big, mid, and small caps still on a green signal. Histogram is still above zero line, above 2, and price action is still above the upper half of its Bollinger Bands on the daily. So that looks good. Let's look at breadth. All right, that's the end of day. Look at XII, the number of 75 stocks that institutions hold in their core portfolios. Most of these stocks you're probably familiar with, I'm sure. 75 stocks. If they're buying, you'll see persistent green and blue elder sticks. MACD's turning. Everything looks good there. Having a hard time finding any reason to be super bearish. Did have some hedges coming into today that I'll probably have to take off by the end of the day. Insurance, you never want to use the car insurance, but you need it. All right, let's look at bonds real quick. Bond stock ratio. It continues to drop off. Look at 2017 over here. See 2017, see how we rolled over to 65, the blue line, 65 period moving average, and how the ratio, while it did make occasional points northerly, it continued lower. That's what we're seeing right now, okay? Same thing. So until this gives us a real good reason to get out, the bond stock ratio is saying favor equities over bonds. Where are you going to put your money? You're going to put them in foreign, international markets? Maybe. Let's look at some of the international markets. Before I do that, though, let me look at the HYG and junk. Let's see our indicators. We want all these pointing higher. They are. All four are pointing higher. That's a risk on signal. This is 4 out of the 20 signals that I look at on a weekly basis. 4 of them out of 20 are risk on. We just got reviewing 2 others, S&P equal weight index on a buy signal, and the S&P 1500, another bullish signal. The 10-year yield. All right, so it's consolidating, pushing a bit higher. It's at 1.3%. Remember, the markets have been moving higher all along, even when we reached 1.75% on the 10-year. The markets were still moving higher after a little dip. Momentum is starting to shift. Do you see that? The histogram's starting to turn, so that's another good signal. Barclays Aggregate Bond Fund, still making higher lows, higher highs. Got some exposure there. On the dips, when we get these dips at the end of the month, I'm still getting dividends. Those are reinvested, more shares. So my account is still building. We're looking at the 30-year long bond versus the S&P 500 index. This ratio, when the equities are outperforming, this ratio should be dropping, and it is. The rate of change is also turned down instead of turning up, which is a sell signal when it's turning upward abruptly like this. So we have the opposite signal right now. Another bullish signal, long term on the monthly time frame. VIX VXV, that had dipped down close to the red zone again. All right, so we're tapping the red zone. 11 occasions where we've tapped the 50-day moving average since May of 2020 when we moved above in April of 2020. So we're still moving higher even on tests of the 50-day. That's bullish. NIMO, I told you, is bullish. It's positive. These will update end of day, breadth indicators. All right, looks like we're trying to break out. The accumulated, all the stocks that trade on the New York Stock Exchange, it's like 60, 800 stocks out there. Still trying to make a higher high. Cumulative volume, cumulative advanced decline for all of those. Cumulative volume here. Cumulative volume. All right, looks pretty much the same. Still bullish. NIMO. Okay, so it's moving sideways, but this is a trough, another trough, looking for another high. Breadth is still a little timid. We need some more breadth. That I will agree with. Currencies, we've got the US dollar. US dollar still in a higher high, higher low. You can see the cup and handle pattern. A breakout above this level would signal more upside. People were talking about a collapse in the US dollar. I'm like, what are they smoking? Even when we got down into the 70s, 71 back in 2008, after the markets ripped lower, October was when the S&P 500 rolled over as October the 9th, 2007. We continued lower for another year, 2008, bounced in 2009. Meanwhile, we were at these lows on the US dollar, moved back up. So even when the dollar looked the worst during this period between late 2005 into 2008, the dollar did move higher. What's the alternative? You don't have an alternative as far as a major currency that the whole world will find attractive. Just there's not out there, not yet anyway. So with the U.S. bond market also, despite the tapering that we're talking about, full faith and credit the United States to raise to raise rates on its citizens and corporations and collect taxes. U.S. bonds are the most favored. So I really don't see any reason to get super bearish. We talked about it yesterday, even though I do have a hedge on with UVXY. Had some puts, took those off. No need for those. The calls are working if you're trading calls. Here goes the Qs. Qs are about to go. We had the 375 Qs. We rolled those up. Rolled those out to Monday, the 375s. Give myself a little bit more time. Those are at a profit as well. The oil and gas names look very strong. Oil and gas look good. Let's look at USO. USO gapping up above the 21-day, above this week's price action. Looks like we're headed through the 50-day. Most of the oil and gas names look strong. Okay, let's look at the, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do candle glance. All right, so notice that all of these oil and gas names are above a bullish VWAP. So what do we look for? If you're a day trader, you know the answer to this question. If you're a new member, maybe you don't. But look at Apache. That looks beautiful. Look at the 5-minute. Every single one of these patterns are the same. You got an opening range breakout, consolidation, and then a follow through. What does it take to push through 1847? But new money, more volume, more people interested in buying. Look at the relative volume. Look at 10:30 yesterday, Thursday, compared to 10:30 today. And the fact that every single one of these are bullish. Freeport-McMoRan, copper, and other metals and mining. But all the rest of these look good. They're above VWAP and rising. LRCX, that was a new one. Chips, that looks good. NVIDIA, at the highs. AMD with a nice expansion day, breakout above these pivots, gets through 112. I'd love to see that get up to 122, 10 more points. Okay, SPY's about to break out here. S&P is about to break out. Let's keep an eye on this one. If you're taking profits into strength, there's a lot of option volume overhead, gamma, but we are moving higher. Maybe they're rotating some of those, rolling some of those out. Maybe they're rolling some out. S&P looks good. Everything looks good here. Wow, I'm very impressed. What the hell is that? Where did that come from? Oh, I know what that is. Okay, all right. Just talking to myself, sorry. All right, so that looks good. All right, we're above R2 right now. Nice. NVIDIA, okay, we're squeezing on NVIDIA. Marathon Petroleum and the energy names, which have been the weakest. Energy has been the weakest. All right, so Q's trying to break out. Q's. All right, okay, looks good. All right, we're right at R2 now. Squeeze. VIX needs to drop. All right, we're at 1650. Can we end the? I would think that the short vol trade will continue to work. Fed's not aggressive. It sounds bullish to me. Did anybody catch whether or not he said that he would definitely raise rates before the end of the year, or that's just still speculation? I didn't catch that. XLE. Yep. All right, consolidating. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch any rate timing signal from him. So I would think VIX could move lower again until they start inciting some fear. That could come from Afghanistan. We've got a few days left. I'll probably keep some UVXY insurance just in case. Some shares. Expecting that I could lose some money on that. I think the odds are that we push a bit higher. All right, Etsy had a little bounce there, and now it's starting to fade. Could Etsy could flag in this area and then push higher next week. It's got a relatively large volume by price band that we need to get through. AMC. MOUSE. All right, so Apple's starting to move here. Watch Apple. Apple on the move. Apple high of the day. They have a crap ton of the 150 calls trading for pennies. Literally pennies. Can they pop those and make those penny stocks? Those pennies? The 150 calls that expired today, they're going for a penny. A penny bid 2 cents on the offer. Imagine if they ran those up and those exploded. Highly unlikely, but it'd be interesting to see from my perspective. We're still making higher highs and higher lows on the S&P 500. Pretty quiet right now. It's the markets have quieted down quite a bit. Palantir, lots of volume on Palantir. All right. All right, Palantir, August prints. There was one August print earlier in the week for 107 million. Palantir, PLTR. Palantir. 26 is very active. 917. The 26 call. And a few others, 25 and 26. All right, looks like we're going to pop through R2 now. SPX, SPX. Thank you very much. All right, VIX can drop off here. We got go time. Looks like go time for S&P. VIX looks like it's going to drop off here. Go time. Here we go. Here we go. S&P is going, folks.
It's 12 o'clock.
All right, Q's. Giddy up. Giddy up. Let's get a little pop here. Let's get a pop. If the odds, if you're looking at odds or probabilities, the probability is that we're going to move higher, given Powell's out of the way. That risk premium probably sees VIX roll over some more. Short vol trade looks like it's working out for them. Looking for volatility or VIX to drop. That should incite some more bullish activity, among other things. The Fed not mentioning any particular schedule for a rate hike. And matter of fact, he said a couple of things that were quite interesting to me. That he said, looking back on the past, when you had a situation like we have right now, and their dot plots telling them that, still telling them, you know, some of the governors disagree, but still telling them that inflation is transitory. The fact that he said it is quite interesting, and suggesting that it would be a mistake to raise rates. I read that as meaning this year, until, you know, jobs are improving, but not enough for him to raise rates. That in the past, doing such a thing would have proved to be a mistake. So I thought that was pretty enlightening. I think Powell's done a great job. In the past, used to complain that he talked too much, but he's pretty deftly navigated the waters here since COVID hit back in January, February. So I can't fault him. And one of the things we were looking at yesterday, which you should remember to check every so often, check the yield spread. That'll tell you what the bond market thinks. Bond market dwarfs the equity market twice the size. At one point, it was 2.5 times the size. Believe it's 2 times the size of the equity market now. But if this were to spike like it did back in 2020 and break this downtrend that we have here, presently we're at the lows prior to COVID hitting. All right, so we're over here at 320. Over here we're at, what does that say? 338. 338 at that low, and this low here was 360. We're at 326, and the low prior to that was 305. So the yield spread pretty tight and not expanding, which you would expect to see equities start to falter in a big way. I'm talking about losing the 50-day. So this is something you should always check. This is the Bank of America yield spread. If you type it in to your search bar, Bank of America, BOA yield spread, that top link right there is the one you should be interested in. All right, so I don't really have anything that's telling me super bearish signals except for a, bearish indication possibly in a short term after we exhaust this move higher that we could come back a little bit. VIX is still pulling. All right, VIX is starting to bounce now. But for you 401k and IRA people that aren't interested in all these day trading signals or taking NVIDIA for a few bucks on a move as a day trade, if you're not interested in that and you're just interested in the longer term, keep an eye on these signals that I posted. There's a dozen charts that I posted in the Scans temporary channel. The Scans temporary channel that you should download, make a copy of them, select them, copy them to Notepad or whatever for safekeeping, or download the charts, open them up and save them in stock charts if you're a member. Those are things you should check on at least a weekly basis. Get an idea where the money is flowing. So you're not taking people's opinions as a trade. You can make an educated decision. Where's the money flowing? The bond market's saying it's flowing into the equity market, that we're favoring the equities, just like in 2017 when the markets rocked higher. A lot of people saying, well, we're up at 250 to 4,500 on the S&P 500. We can't go any higher. And yes, we can. Tom Lee, Goldman Sachs, 4,700, I believe, is the year-end targets there. They reserve the right to adjust those higher or lower, but that's the targets for now. 1205, let me tune into these guys and see what they have to say. Let's see what they have to say. Nice day today, by the way. Nice day. I wish I had I wish I had 1,000 shares of support.com from that $8 level that Frank was talking about. Anna was talking about having it right there at 3 and 5, I think you said. Apple's pushing a bit higher.
This year has been about earnings growth, and to your point, Sully, we've seen that this year. And just kind of taking a step back and looking at the Fed commentary from Chairman Powell earlier today, and some of the other presidents that we've listened to this week, clearly, as Shannon mentioned, I mean, there's two mandates. There's a labor mandate and there's an inflationary mandate. And it sounds like we've met that inflationary mandate for sure. And the labor market has steadily been improving over the last several months. So for me, whether we start to taper now or it's taper 3 months from now, I think it's all about the velocity in which we do it and the timeline between tapering and tightening. I think that's an important concept to look at as we look at it from an investor perspective.
Yeah, the taper, not the tightening here. And Jason, I don't know if you hacked my email to Steve Leisman before the show or you're just precognitive or maybe brilliant or all three. Let's bring in senior economics reporter Steve Leisman because, Steve, I actually emailed you about an hour and a half ago. I said, have we seen a shift to more of a employment mandate than inflation? I know they're focused on both. I understand they've got the dual mandate, but it just felt like Powell was focused more now on jobs rather than inflation. What say you? What was your takeaway?
So, Brian, I don't want to disagree with you publicly on national TV here, but so I think the way I would say it is...
You don't want to be a jerk on national TV, Leisman? Yeah, you can be a jerk. You're always a jerk.
True of him. This has made him the most employment-focused chairman that I remember, and I've covered a bunch of them. I think he's my fourth over about 20 years here. He changed the Fed's long-run statement to make it more oriented towards employment. So I would say...
It's one thing for sure, Leisman never backs down from his opinion.
That's what he did today. If you think about what Jason
Steadfast.
was a great analysis. He tiptoed very carefully through this taper minefield in this speech, saying the Fed is on track to taper this year, but not revealing when.
Thank you.
My view is that the substantial further progress test has been met for inflation. There has also been clear progress toward maximum employment. At the FOMC's recent July meeting,
The difference between Powell and Leisman is that Powell is talking about data points. Leisman's talking about his opinion. And, whenever you hear somebody giving you their opinion, you can just shrug your shoulders because none of us really know what's going to happen next. But Powell's talking about data points. I want to pay attention when he says what the data says.
Before the September meeting based on the August jobs report, or if he waits until November. Very quickly on Powell, he said the outlook for jobs had brightened, so he's optimistic about getting to that substantial place. Said that inflation will likely prove to be transitory, double down on that, and then as you guys already talked about, that rate hikes are really have a higher standard than tapering. We'll skip the next sound except to say that basically he has a little disagreement with his committee. Some of his committee members are basically in a place right now where they think they ought to taper right away. They're more
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that looks good. Congratulations to those of you who stuck with it. It's starting to go again. It's about to go.
Sounds like that's going to be the word if we're going to do word clouds and stuff in Fed comments going forward. That's the word. Substantial literally is the word that we need to focus on if that comes out.
All right, support.com is about to go again.
On CBC, Carl, you said that the Fed and Powell were all in, was your term, a poker reference on the taper. But let me ask you this. Knowing Powell, knowing the data, and knowing the other voting members, who, by the way, switch over, some of them next year, is he all in with a pair of aces or a pair of jacks?
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Rob.
Just to be clear, Powell is all in on transitory inflation, and that's really the key difference right there. So he did say, and I'm trying to check this out, Brian. I did not have time to figure this out. This may be the first time he has said we need to do this reduction this year. So I just want to be clear about that. But the issue is that he is going to...
Leisman will talk the entire time. All of these fund managers who actually put money to work, put money where their mouth is, he'll actually talk the entire time if they let him.
He may get away with not having to force the issue in September, but when we did a bunch of interviews the last couple of days with Fed folks. We got another one coming up with Rich Cloud, the vice chairman. When I hear them speak, I think they're ready to vote for a taper, and they may be ready to vote in dissent if they don't get that taper announcement in September, and that's something that Powell has to finesse.
CNBC, take him off. Get the hook, please.
Jim, jump in here. I know you got a question.
Yeah, Steve, always good to get your insight on this because you're the best Fed watcher
Yeah, okay.
I know. I watched Jay Powell today. I don't watch him as religiously as you do. I got to tell you, as a market participant, I felt like he was putting his arm around my shoulders and say, don't worry, let's go get an ice cream. I mean, it really was, it was focused on employment. We're nowhere near, and the indicators aren't
That's
showing
true.
it and really doubling down
We
on
have
principle.
Starbucks
The
here
question to
closing
you is, from a
a
tone
portion
point
of
of
the
view,
day.
do you
You
think
know,
I'm
they have it
reading
open
that
in the
right? Did
morning
you read it
and
that way?
have it
But
in
the
the evening,
tone
but
was so
that's it.
dovish. It just seemed
You
it
know,
was really
Starbucks is like that. There's a couple of places around here
To an extent, I would like to remind
that
you that there was a scene
they
on
can't
King of
find people.
Goodfellas when
People
the
just
cop
don't
was
want to
running
work.
around Joe Pesci in the basement. Do you remember that? So
got
I
it.
will pause for appropriate laughter on that one. I would just be a little careful about a Fed chair putting his arm around you. And then what was the phrase? There was nothing that could be done, I believe, was what was said afterwards. But in any event, the deal is this. He did sound dovish, but he's sort of pointing in this way. He's going to taper. But look, Jim, what I love about you and most of the guys around the table, they do a lot of short-term trades, but really you have a long-term outlook. At the end of the day, September, November, not going to matter a whole lot to your investment thesis. At the end of the day,
I don't
a
think
quarter
Stephanie
point,
Link has
6 months,
short-term
or a year
trades.
from now, at least
Neither
I hope it doesn't
Bren
matter. I hope you're not out there, and I know you're not, investing your
or
clients' money on the
Jim Lebenthal, they don't have
needle's
short-term
head
trades. What are you
of the
talking
idea
about?
of does the Fed do this a little bit more
Yeah,
dovish or
whatever.
a little bit more hawkish.
Steve,
I don't
I
think
just
that.
said that before you came on, just so you know.
I heard
I
that.
just said that before you came on, so I'm glad to get your endorsement.
And I'm picking up on that, Jim, because you know what we're talking about is there growth in the economy of 2.5, 3%? Do we have low unemployment? Do we have low inflation? Those are the ideas, the macro ideas that you build an investment thesis around. Quarter point here, if this economy cannot stand a quarter point a year from now, I don't know. I
We're
think
already
you'd be
past
all
that
in
point.
gold or platinum.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, some calls out there today about buying gold, given that inflationary story as well. Steve Leisman, I thought you said, I'm okay, Spider. Steve, thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Good stuff.
Pleasure, Brian.
All right, busy day. Let's bring in now our headliner. Is there a bigger headliner? Anthony Scaramucci, managing partner at Skybridge Capital, among many other entrepreneurial endeavors.
Look at all those books
Anthony,
behind
it's
you,
great to see
Anthony.
back on.
You
It's
must
great to have
be
you
a
back
smart
on.
guy
We got a lot to talk
reading
about,
all those
including your
books.
conference. But first up, your take on the Fed as a betting man. Do we get a rate hike next year?
I don't think we're going to get a rate hike next year, so we'll see. But I don't think the data is going to be there for somebody like Jerome Powell, and I think he would probably want to last longer in the tapering, delaying the tapering and last longer.
All right, looking for a pop here. That's probably the last thing the Bears,
Yeah, we talk about unemployment.
the last thing the Bears expect. It's probably one of the.
3.5% right
I'm starting to lean towards a breakout now. I know that 450 is a major gamma level, but I got a feeling they're rolling those calls up. Star, you see anything?
appears that Powell is.
You see anything on your analysis if you're not posting already?
4%, 4.2, where you'd say, okay, now we got to start thinking about actually raising rates.
So remember, it's also
You're already on top of it.
down a lot, and I think he's waiting for these transfer payments to end in September, and then there'll be a delayed mechanism there as people start to search for.
He's front running my thoughts.
Payments are done, but if you really look at the long-term numbers, and not to bore people, but that
460 and 462 calls at 11:53 after Powell.
handle for him, 6.5, 7, somewhere in that zone before he gets more comfortable. And that's sort of where it was at the end of the fourth quarter in 2019. So I see him as very dovish. I think
Yeah, I'm looking for those calls, looking for these levels to get rolled up.
trajectory of the market, and he doesn't take the punch bowl away anytime soon. That doesn't mean people should be in a speculative frenzy over that. Just stay long term and stay invested. Don't try to time the market.
Can you post that in the trading room too?
About timing, because assuming those extended unemployment benefits are not extended again, let's call that September. To your point, we won't get real data until October. There's no way they're going to use 1 month of data. So push that out a couple of months. It might be late December's number or the January jobs number until we start to get some real movement. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I believe that, and I believe that they are data dependent, and he is very, very cautious. And I think he's by and large, from a consensus point of view, done a very good job with the overall economy right now. And so, we like to pretend that the Fed is apolitical, but there is a political game going on with this as well. He does need the support of the president and the Congress, and so for those reasons, I think he sits tight.
Are we underestimating the risk of tax hikes if this $3.5 billion spending plan does get through, probably through a budget reconciliation bill? Are we underestimating the risk of tax hikes? There was a guest on with Carl from Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management saying they think they could have a 10 to 15% pullback in equities because the market is not pricing in the risk of what else may come through in that bill with regards to capital gains, investment income, or higher rates on the rich.
So it's interesting. I was watching that interview, and I have the opposite take, and I guess that's what makes a market. I actually think the market is pricing in some tax hikes, and I think the market is accepting that the current corporate tax rate is not going to go back to 35, but it probably doesn't stay here in the low 20s. So I'm taking the other side of that, Brian. I think the market has priced that in. And I also think the market, the reason why we're in such a bullish phase right now is that the comps are actually going to continue to get better, the year-over-year comps, as the economy accelerates. So the 2022 numbers, I think, are going to be very good numbers for the S&P. You combine that with this dovish feeling from the Fed, this macroeconomic policy that the Fed is putting in place. I think this is very, very good for the overall markets, the global markets as well.
Let's talk about something else, which is your conference. The SALT conference generally was in Vegas. You're moving it to New York this year. It's at the Javits Center starting in September 13th. Talk to us about what it's like right now to have a huge conference going on in 2.5 weeks, given everything that is going on. Did you even think about changing your plans?
Yes, no, we certainly did think about changing it. I talked to Scott Gottlieb and others. Scott will be attending the event. We made the decision not to change it. Remember, this
Sport.com
is
moving higher.
Extension. These are beautiful, spectacular ballrooms that were built by the state of New York and the city. Eric Adams will be attending the event now with us. I've reached out to Governor Hochul as well. We're bringing the event to New York, Brian, because we want to help revitalize the city and the energy of the city. Of course, there's a vaccine.
Sport.com pushing higher.
Remember, we'll be operating at less than 50% capacity, so there'll be lots of space there. We're going to ask people to wear masks internally, but there's a beautiful rooftop venue. Andrew Ross-Sargent will be interviewing Ray Dalio in that venue overlooking the Hudson. The Chainsmokers are going to have an outdoor concert at that venue upstairs. So it's not the Javits Center that people are used to. It is the brand new VIP extension to the Javits Center. And I think this is going to be one of those hallmark events where we're going to be showcasing New York.
Yeah.
I'll have the opportunity to do that. Scott Wapner, who you're subbing in for, will also be there to do some of these interviews. And some of the your economic advisory team, like Carrie Firestone, will be there as well. John Nigerian, et cetera. So we're super excited about the event. We accept the fact that COVID is going to be with us, and we're taking the protective measures necessary to keep people safe inside that environment. Of course, it'll be well spaced, and there'll be lots of outdoor activities during that week.
Pulling it off September 13th, it kicks off at the new extension on the Javits Center as well. And I've heard a few of those speakers. Anthony Scaramucci, thank you. Good luck. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on to technology, because big tech, a big part of this record rally, but I mean, what's new? And stocks go up because people want to buy them more than they want to sell them. And that has really been true lately. Listen to this new data from Bank of America, showing 9 straight weeks of inflows into technology. And Shannon Sakochi, I want to read you another stat pulled out by the hardworking halftime team. This one just is bonkers. Every 60 minutes in the markets, global technology stocks increase $780 million in value. $780 million in value every 60 minutes globally going back a few years. That's just nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. One of the things we've been talking about over the last few years is every quote-unquote dip has been an opportunity. And I think what's happened over the last few months is that the relative underperformance of these stocks has provided an opportunity, and we're seeing that. What we're also looking at is thinking about where the spending is going to be over the next few years. And whether it's 2% or 2.5%, GDP growth over the next 2 to 3 years, that's still sort of a low growth environment if we look back historically. But enterprise spend is really picking up. We think about 2020 and companies were basically stalled out. They had some projects that were in flight, but they weren't putting anything back into enterprise spend. We're also seeing small and middle-sized businesses get into impact some of these big cap tech companies. And it's not just Microsoft, it's IBM and Cisco, which we own in our portfolio. I think you should be excited about this potential next 2 or 3 years and not lose sight of the fact that these companies have delivered excellent earnings and execution,
Nice
along with
work.
strong balance sheets and incredible free cash flow throughout 2018, 19, and even in 2020.
Hey,
Jason,
Zen.
I know
How you
you've talked
doing?
on this program about NVIDIA, about Qualcomm, some of the chip stocks, Amazon, particularly like an NVIDIA. Okay, all-time record highs. Again, one of the best performing stocks in the world. Are you trimming these at all? I mean, at some point you say, okay, we made a bunch of money. We got to take some profit.
Yeah, it's a great question, Sully. I'll say this in respect to NVIDIA. It's the gift that just keeps giving. And, obviously the semis can be a very cyclical oriented aspect of the market. But NVIDIA, I believe, is just the gold standard. They're in everything, from gaming, from machine learning, from AI. So it's hard to trim these names because they just keep on running. But NVIDIA is just a great thing. And then in just respect to technology as a whole, I think technology has played different roles, over the last decade. Obviously, it's primarily growth, but it has leaned more defensive, over the last several months as investors start to take into some volatility and say, well,
All right, watching Spy, looking for a pop.
FANG is where I can find it. So,
But is it still a reasonable price on NVIDIA? Are you still holding on to that gift?
So
All right, Apple need another higher high. Looking for Apple to run.
stock, but I think it's expensive for a reason. I mean, they are the gold standard in this space. It's worth owning. And quite honestly, if there's pullback,
VIX rolling over here. Watch VIX is rolling over. We could get the pop now.
If we ever get a pullback in the next 25 years, who
VIX
knows?
rolling over.
Go on now and talk about some of the cyclical trades, particularly the financials. They have also been hot. In fact, many of the financials are at or near record highs. And the group is actually the top performing sector this month and this year. Jim, I know you own Goldman Sachs, you own Citi, you own Berkshire Hathaway, which is kind of a semi-financial / insurance company. Are you kind of like Jason with the
Nice job, Grover, on Sava, Cassava Sciences. I almost took that trade, but passed.
They've got a lot more to give.
A lot of good posts in the trading room.
I've been saying this about 2 months now that everybody's saying it's interest rates. I think you're missing the picture. Sure, interest rates matter. But what matters more is that we're early in an economic expansion. And I have to stress that. This is the point where loan loss reserves go down. This is the point where loan balances go up. This is the point where shares are bought back, in the case of Citigroup, below tangible book value, in the case of Goldman Sachs, around book value. Similarly for Berkshire Hathaway. So you've just got all these positive forces going. And, oh, by the way, I think interest rates are going to keep climbing and the yield curve steepens. So I think we're still very early in this financials trade. This is part of the global picture for value and cyclicals, whatever you want to call it. You're early in an economic expansion. This is when value stocks are supposed to work, and they are.
Shannon, I know that you've trimmed a little bit of JP Morgan. Is it just JPM, or are you trimming / selling some of the other banks as well?
No, just trimming JP.
So the volatility premium continues to drop off.
Jim makes a great point. One of the things we talked about in 2019
We're seeing VIX at the lows of the day. We should see it continue lower.
rotation. And what we've seen is that we've seen
That premium that was built into the Fed
materials and financials have lagged based on the yield curve. But I don't disagree
conference
with
this
Jim at all.
morning.
I think that there is still continued opportunity in financials over
Speech.
the next couple of years. The
Speech.
yield curve doesn't have to be 3% for the prospects to improve from an NOI perspective for these banks. And so I think that if you haven't been in financials and perhaps you want to take a little bit off the table in some of the steamier parts of the cyclical trade, I think that there are opportunities to add to a broad
MACD crossing here. At support.com, you got MACD cross.
Money to buy something else. Pete, let's talk about calls. Barclays, SoFi, you're buying those calls. Why not? Why the calls?
5 minute, you got a MACD cross.
Well, I do have equity in multiple different types of financials, Brian. I love Capital One. I still look at that stock, and I can't believe the fact that this thing trades at a single-digit PE. And when you look at these things for price to book, and you go through Bank of America, which I also own, I think that there's a lot of incredible upside to the points that have already been brought up by Jim and Shannon. So I think when I look at those names, when I'm looking at SoFi and some of these others, so I'd rather test the waters by being in the calls themselves. I am sometimes even leveraging up. For instance, I just recently bought Bank of America calls just today that add on to the stock that I own, so I'm kind of double dipping, so to speak. But I agree. I think these financials have so much more room to the upside, and they've been on a great run. In many cases, if you go back to November and you take a look at where many of these stocks were, just like in energy, materials, and some of the others, you'll see that there's been an explosive move to the upside. So I'm really impressed with where we are.
All right, good stuff there on some of the financials as well. And let's move on now, because airlines and casinos both soaring this week, but many of these names are still well off their highs. Is the reopen trade back?
Any dips now would be interested in doing something with.
Is doing with them. And as a reminder,
All right, we're about to break out here. S&P is about to break out.
from anywhere, if you're reopening on the CNBC app, download it today. Halftime report with a record market is back in 2 minutes.
All right, there goes support.com. Here we go. Here we go. Starting to go. Giddy up. Giddy up. All right. About to go. Squeeze play. Squeeze play on support.com. It's about to go. All right, VIX dropping off a bit. There goes support.com.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Rahel Solomon, and here is our CNBC News update at this hour. School districts in Florida can impose mask mandates. A judge ruling that Governor Ron DeSantis overstepped his authority with his executive order banning mask mandates. The judge says that order is, quote, without legal authority. A milestone for vaccinating young people. The White House says that half of kids 12 to 17 have now gotten at least one COVID shot. The group also showing the fastest growth rate for vaccinations. Just now, President Biden said that the booster shot program in the U.S. is promising and that his administration is working on an exact timeline for further shots. And in Louisiana, residents are getting ready for another potential hurricane. Tropical Storm Ida expected to strengthen into a Category 3 major hurricane before it comes ashore.
Katrina was a Category 5, so hopefully it stays at a 2 or below.
And on the news, preparing for another
Hopefully.
natural disaster on the Gulf Coast.
For those of you in the
This storm
path,
is showing all the signs of intensifying rapidly. Tune in tonight.
thinking about you.
Brian, I'll send it back to you.
They do not need that down there. Lake Charles, Louisiana had no power for about 6 weeks during the last storms. Let's hope that storm blows away. Rahel, thank you very much. All right, we have got a news alert
storm of a different kind. Kate Rooney is here. Kate.
Hey, Brian, we've got some news out from the SEC. They're putting out a request for information and public comment on some of the digital engagement practices by brokerage firms. This has to do with certain marketing tactics and outreach through a lot of those mobile apps and use of tech by those brokerage firms, as well as they call, quote, gamification. So this includes some of the behavioral prompts, some of the different marketing they use, game-like features, as they say, and some of the other design elements that are meant to really
The oil and gas name's still going. There goes support.com.
retail participation
Pushing
in the
higher.
market. On the other hand, they say some of that digital engagement can kind of potentially harm retail investors if they prompt them to either trade too frequently, use strategies that carry additional risk. They do mention options trading.
DraftKings at the highs.
They say that it's not clear that this will turn into regulation. This is really so the commission can better understand some of the risk, and it's so they can consider, quote, whether
Etsy off $3.22. No follow through.
so they're really asking for feedback from investors.
Diamondback continues to push higher. Here's Diamondback. The oil and gas names look very strong.
Let's see if we can pull up that chart. But
All right.
do not mention Robinhood by name, but some of the brokerage firms. Let's see.
All right. Fang, Diamondback, pushing higher. ABCD pattern. This is the pattern we look for. In addition to opening range breakout, we want to see relative volume increasing compared to yesterday, the previous day, and for price action to be moving away from a bullish sloping VWAP. Every single one of these look good. Every single one of these names look good. Okay, so all of them look very similar. Devon Energy, Apache. Look at Apache. Apache is running. Apache's doing well. Squeezing right now. Apache looks like it's going to go ballistic. Squeezing right here, Apache. You've got Marathon Petroleum. Was it MPC? MPC. Earlier we noticed that MPC was rallying too. Fang, Diamondback we just talked about. Pulling away now. All these looking really good. All right, so okay, S&P is starting to go right here, right now. S&P is starting to go. Giddy up time. Looks like they're rolling up and out.
The casino names like Las Vegas Sands, Wynn, and MGM each seeing double-digit gains this week. But most of these stocks, of course, still well below their 52-week highs. And Shannon, you were part of that. You just sold your LVS, Las Vegas Sands.
Yeah, which is it's such a challenge right now with this particular name. So we've owned this company for several years and actually purchased it on the back of great free cash flow.
Actually purchased it.
Cutting, obviously no
As compared to not actually.
For us, the outlook over the next couple of months appears a little
All
bit
right,
cloudy.
so stock showing relative volume.
Definitely going to benefit
Top of the list, no surprise.
but there is a bit of an overhang, as you know, on anything that's associated.
SGOC looks like it's about to bust a move. SGOC, Sierra, Golf, Oscar, Charlie, a Chinese manufacturer of glass display and LEDs, liquid diodes for use in displays and in phones. Expanding market there. Looks good after that IPO. Gap stores seeing a follow through. Gap stores 3 times relative volume. Gap if you have it. We've got 3 times relative volume on support.com. That continues higher. Headed for 50. Nice work, Mondo. Yeah, Mondo, don't quit your day job, and I mean that seriously. Don't change anything. Um, doing a great job. Doing a great job there. All right, so it looks like support.com. This is probably going to squeeze some more. Qs looking for another. This is a higher low on the Qs. This is the third one since the low this morning. We got a third higher low on the 5 minute. Looking for a break above, decisive break above R2. We've been above it 3 times before. Now we're back above it again. S&P is at the highs of the day. Continues to push higher. Thank you very much. VIX continues lower. I would expect that VIX is going to continue lower as the short vol trade's not working. So I would expect S&P to explode through this level. We've already seen signs that they're rolling up to the 360s, 460s, sorry, 460s. Lee Star sharing that with us this morning.
Welcome back. Well, if you haven't noticed, Disney shares pulling back 6% over the past 6 months. Not a huge move down, but certainly not participating in this
Disney
recovery.
trading,
Now, Jimmy,
as far as a
kind of
stock,
a mixed call today.
I
They did
don't like
reiterate
the
their
pattern at
rating on
all.
Disney, but
There's just too many
they
other
lowered
things
the
to
price
trade.
target to 200 from 213. Firms still saying the stock remains a very attractive long-term holding, but Jason still downgrading the price target. So recent new buy for you. What's your take on Disney and your take on this call?
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously it's a new buy for us. For me, as I look at Disney, and I didn't try and chase it last year. It obviously performed very well. It's definitely underperformed the market this year and the industry that it resides in. But what I will say is, I think the opportunity long term here. I've seen what a great job they've done in restructuring their debt. And how they've really been on the offensive since the pandemic began. I think there's pricing power from theme parks and and advertising. I see opportunities there as well. So streaming is a competitive industry, but I think there's also upside from there. So this is a difficult call for me. Obviously a new buy, but I'm hopeful that it'll hopefully move here before the year is out.
Jim, you owned it. You've owned it for a while. You've talked about it on this program many times. You sticking with it?
You're darn right I'm sticking with it. I've owned it a little over a year, so I bought it after the heart of the pandemic. Let's call this what it is. It's a stock that's in consolidation. Nothing more, nothing less. The stock went up 7%.
Yeah, it's nice being outside, right? Nice being outside and make money like this with your cell phone.
Like that. It's normal for the stock to consolidate. What you still see is great streaming business here, reopening of the theme parks. I'm not going to listen to anyone who talks about valuation because this is a stock that's recovering from the pandemic still. So a lot of cash on the balance sheet. I think what Jason did is exactly right. If you don't own Disney, this is exactly the time. The stock has consolidated for almost 6 months now. It's going to break out. Which way? Probably to the upside. From the fundamentals, I can't fathom the bear case, and maybe that's me being blinders on, but I don't think so.
Darn tootin', you're holding on to Disney. Good point there. Watching the consolidation trade. All right, stay with us because Pete is up with his latest trades in unusual activity. That is next. What is he seeing that's unusual? We'll find out right after this.
All right. Thank you, Buford. All right, looks like dark pools are gonna murder these dealers here and market makers. Man, phew. Watch this move here. Dark pools have been active since 42. All right, S&P 500 grinding. Meanwhile, support.com is really getting a move on here.
All right, welcome back. Time now for unusual activity. Pete, HP, and Zingo. What are you seeing?
Right, I'm going right after your spot in the energy space, which I know you know so well, but Hemmerich and Payne, this is a really interesting one, Brian. This is a stock that was trading about $35 back in June. It pulled back significantly to 24. Here it is at 26 and a quarter today, and we have some 27 and a half call buying out in September. 10,000 of those calls are getting bought out in September. 75 cents.
All right, support.com. Gotta go back to this one. This is crazy. Dark pools are pretty active.
I think this thing's ready to explode to the upside. Secondly,
SBRT
Now, we've had Zynga on a couple of occasions for unusual option activity. It's
still
taken
going.
multiple times.
Look at the Bollinger Bands opening up. Look at the volume.
It was about 8. Now it's trading right around 9. They're buying 10,000 of the September 9 calls. So it really doesn't take a whole lot of a move here. And the inexpensiveness of these options, we're talking about 21 cents to 34 cents on these options to the upside. Any move into the 9s, these options start to accelerate to the upside. I'm in both these trades. I like them, and I've got a lot of exposure in energy, Sully. I still think there's upside right now.
Well, HP is a big contract driller down $10 off its highs for the summer. You do wonder if that buying signals that anybody is bullish on more drilling activity.
Yeah.
Demand for gasoline just soars.
Limit to sell at 70. Limit to sell at 70. SPRT.
Break a check on some of the stocks hitting new highs. You got Darden Restaurants, Equifax, Ingersoll Rand. Not names that we talk about all the time, but that's the fun of it. Record markets. We're back right after this.
Yeah, I got stopped on Pfizer Prism if you're listening. All right, SPY looks like it's going to go again. AMD is up 4, just gliding along flat VWAP, but not fading. That's a good thing. Not fading. Coinbase is up 8 and change. Ethereum is up $1.50. Ethereum, that's off the highs. What's Mara doing? Mara. All right, that faded a little bit. Let's look at Bitcoin. Looking for a buy signal on Bitcoin.
Welcome back. Let's take a step outside of stocks for a moment, shall we? Because there is something really big and very important happening on CNBC. And that is a new documentary. Meg Terrell took a deep dive, behind-the-scenes look, the race to develop the COVID vaccines and get them to market in record time. Meg joining us now with a look at something, personally, I can't wait to watch. It is a hell of a story.
That is, Brian. It really focuses in on the huge risk-taking that companies betting on a technology that had not yet been proven yet took at the early days of this pandemic, messenger RNA. Of course, that was the obvious route for a company like Moderna, founded around that technology. But for Pfizer, it wasn't so obvious. And in fact, BioNTech told us that when they first approached Pfizer late January, early February, the drug giant wasn't yet interested. Take a look at this.
It was not given that we would go for mRNA. Actually, mRNA was the most counterintuitive decision because of all the choices. Because there was never a vaccine made with mRNA. So I wrestled a little bit with the decision. We had another meeting.
Apple's up 77 cents. I'd like to see an end-of-day run in some of these FANG stocks.
Clearly, for me, was
NVIDIA's starting to turn. NVIDIA squeezing.
while we were doing all of that, called Catherine Jensen.
Google called me and said, you know, we have those constructs. He's been working on this for a while.
5 weeks later, yeah, I did a second call, called Katrin Janssen, and told her that we have now candidates.
Here we go. NVIDIA about to go.
Vaccine. And at that time, the outbreak was
NVIDIA is about to go here. Support.com. Everything seems to be working, and we've got the backdrop of a short vol trade.
Somebody in the room when they got the results at Pfizer, and they were literally crying and hugging as much as they could at the time with social distancing and everything. And Meg, you know, the one thing about this documentary is that
What time is it? Oh, we've got plenty of time. Halftime report's going really slow today.
mRNA, it may be new for a vaccine, but it's been around for 50 years.
Well, in fact, mRNA itself has been around for as long as, you know, we've been around, and the whole
Fair
central
point,
dogma of
yes,
biology
yes.
has been around. But as a technology trying to apply it to medicine, of
Wow,
course, it
what a
has
freaking
been
day.
done for years. This really focuses in on the bet on using it for a coronavirus vaccine, but it's such an important point.
And it's kind of like a Lego for medicine, right? They can use this for other things they think down the road, maybe even cancer.
Absolutely. That's something we also talk about with all of these companies. What's next? Seasonal flu is some of the earliest on the horizon, but they're also working on this. And in fact, BioNTech had to pivot away from personalized cancer drugs using mRNA to focus on this vaccine. That is going to be a big frontier for this technology as well.
Truly remarkable stuff, Meg. Appreciate it. Everybody, do not miss that. A Race Against COVID. You can find the documentary at CNBC.com and CNBC's YouTube pages as well. Worth a watch. Check it out. All right, traders are making more moves in their portfolios. You're going to learn them next on Halftime.
Okay, so what a freaking day. AMC continues to move lower. All right, so every time this thing moves higher, AMC moves higher, you know, sell some premium, comes back in, buy it back. It just keeps doing it over and over and over, working the cost basis down to around $40 now. If you just keep doing that, just keep selling premium at the highs of the day on AMC, you should be fine. All right, so All right, I'll just keep this on for now. Short vol trade. Continues to work.
Investment committee is making some more moves in their portfolio. Two in particular. Jason, you're up first. Why are you adding to Medtronic?
Yeah. So for me, I was slightly underweight here on Medtronic and just added some additional capital. I really liked their print last week. I think 19% organic revenue growth, 190 launch of new products, which is a record for them. You know, I like healthcare in general. I think preventative care and elective surgeries are on the way to a comeback. So I like Medtronic here, so I decided to add some additional capital.
All right, good stuff there. And Pete, I mean, there's a company called Target. I don't know if you ever heard of them, Target. They're based somewhere around you. You've owned them for like 72 years. You're adding now to Target. Why? Why now?
Well, and I added calls, Brian, not stock. And the reason I did that was the stock had an odd reaction to unbelievable earnings. And of course, if you just go back just a couple of earnings cycles ago, you would have found that they also, again, were called about peak earnings. Well, it didn't happen then. And I don't think it's happened again. But the stock has reversed and pulled back significantly off of its highs. So it looked like to me that there was a great opportunity with the options because I see this being potentially a nice snapback. If I'm wrong, then I might eventually move over and have stock rather than just the calls themselves. But I think this could be a very quick move potentially. But depending on how the markets play out, and obviously the Delta variant and some of the other things that are going on out there,
VIX rolling over again. Should continue to roll over.
Making some people in the Nicolay Mall very happy. Pete, thank you. All right, your final trades next on halftime. It's a Minneapolis trade.
Missed the show? Don't sweat it. The Halftime Report now has a podcast. Market-moving interviews, call of the day, unusual activity, and of course, Ask Halftime. Look for us on Apple Podcast or your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast.
All right. All right. So far, so good. Just grinding along as this short ball trade continues to work.
It is final trades time. Shannon, why don't you kick it off?
We talked about financials earlier. Take a look at CME, largest derivatives exchange operator in the world, and they have a lot of cutting-edge, innovative interest rate products, which are going to continue to be important in the inefficient world of bonds.
Jason?
CRM, 5 consecutive quarters of 20% revenue growth. I really like the SaaS name here.
Wow, Salesforce plug there. All right, Jim, what about you, Farmer Jim?
Well, Sully, you know, he's not on the show today, but I got to tweak him anyway. Steve Weiss would certainly not approve.
Boeing.
Boeing is my final trade. The airlines are coming back. Traffic is picking up. Frankly, you just need new planes. You do. And there's only Boeing and Airbus. So
Q's looking for a pop right here.
coming in. You just got to stand by and be patient.
S&P.
Go to the BA. We'll see if Weiss responds online. And by the way, Pete, did you in your final trade?
He will.
Yeah, he will.
Cabot Oil and Gas. Good. So Pete is talking last trades are oil and gas.
I'm going right in your backyard, man. I'm going to Cabot Oil and Gas. I like this name. I think there's a lot of energy names out there that can work. I think this is one of them that can work.
Yep, I agree.
I like this for the upside.
Yeah, Cabot's operations almost entirely focused in the Marcellus Shale. That is in the northeast corner of Pennsylvania. All right, everybody, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it all. Thank you for watching the Halftime Report. The Exchange with Kelly begins now.
Thank you very much, Brian, and we'll see you in just a moment. Hi, everybody. Here's what's ahead.
All right, so we're grinding higher. Most likely we'll continue that as VIX, the short vol trade. Do you need any protection right now? I'm going to hold on to some UVXY shares just in case there's anything weird that happens between now and the August 31st exit date in Afghanistan. So I'll probably hold on to those. I mean, there's just so many other things that are working. That's just a hedge or, protection, if you will. Most all of my trades are bullish in Bitcoin, in oil and gas, in tech. All of those look good. Nvidia, Palantir, all of the oil and gas names. FANG, Diamondback, F-A-N-G, Diamondback. You got Marathon Petroleum looking good. Apache's at the highs of the day. Just keeps going. Apache probably still goes next week. Support.com just off the highs of the day. Thinking we could see 70 today, potentially, as the markets continue to rise. Futures are blasting off, about to blast off. Futures about to blow. All right. We've got again today a slow day as far as blocks are concerned, so I'd be quick to be taking some profits off. Trail some if you think that we're going to see, you know, follow through next week. I think we're going to see follow through next week, but we got the deadline, August 31st deadline to get out of Afghanistan. A lot. I can't even imagine being in the military, stationed there right now in country, or some of these commercial airline pilots that are sitting on the runway waiting to take off. Can't imagine the stress. They must be getting some sort of hazardous duty pay from the government. You have to believe that, right? Looking for a higher low on support.com to get bought. I imagine there'll be some people trying to be cute and short it here. It's hard to believe that this thing was like $10 to start the week. Hard to believe it. Crazy. All right, everything looks good. Everything is just continues to print higher lows and higher highs. Qs are just about to break above. What do we got there? 376, 376. Wow. Amazon squeezing. VIX rolling over. Should roll over some more. All of that long volatility. Everyone that was long volatility going into the Fed, Powell speaking, are unwinding those trades. It's a pretty methodical move lower, but short vol is winning out. So protection, people are taking the protection off. I know that's how you get pregnant, but slaps his leg. But looking for a follow through. Let's see. AMC is trying to push now. AMC. Let me look at AMC on the daily. I mean, I think this should get going too soon, right? All right, we're right down at the 9 EMA. Do they start to buy soon? All right, Amazon's on the move here. Qs look good. Qs look like they're going to slip above 476, 376. Futures are still going. Wow. Can't believe how many people on StockTwits are shorting the S&P. Using an opinion as a reason. Oh, man. Oh, man. People, what are you thinking? VIX is up 242. Nice follow through. I imagine, President, you're still in DIX, right? DKS? DIX is going. DraftKings looks good. You too, Sean. Take care. Oh, yeah? Ah, okay. Amazon. All right, the FANG stocks are getting a bid here. FANG. VIX dropping off more. All right. DIX continuation. Um, all right, so nice day today. DIX has an ex-dividend on September 9th. September 9. All right, we should run. Okay, Apple's about to run here. Apple. Apple looks ready to run here. The 150 calls are pennies this morning. DKS looks good. DraftKings up 55 cents on the calls. Diamondback, all of these look good. All right, so all of these look good. The oil and gas names really doing well. Nice follow through. Diamondback, we talked about this. Mike and I talked about this morning. Diamondback. You've got Apache. Apache's up 6%. 6% Apache. Marathon Petroleum. That one's up 3.5, 3.8%. Marathon clearing this pivot. Next level 62. Like to see follow-throughs next week. Support back below 50. Looking for the dip to get bought. See the volume pick up again like it did on the last run. S&P is still grinding along. All right. Amazon trying to push higher. We got squeezes on Amazon, expanding. Apple, Nvidia, the Qs squeezing. We have VIX at the low of the day. VIX, VIX. All right, VIX looks like it's going to take out this low of the week and then maybe push down to previous lows from the second week of August down there at 515.19. The only risk out there right now is, well, aside from a couple of things, the biggest thing is the whole Afghanistan exit. Amazon's starting to break out. Amazon breaking out. Amazon squeeze triggering here. Yeah, the markets feel a little tighter. It's a Friday, so I wouldn't be surprised to see liquidity dry up pretty quick now. Lack of momentum. Thank you, Lee Star. Amazon's starting to go. Amazon. Futures. Okay, so we're up 395, just shy of 1% on the S&P. Short vol trade continues to push lower. Just hanging out here. It could stay here. It could stay here. And, you know, the indices could still continue higher. All right, more volume. Is that what you're saying? Spiders. More. All right, so puts look like they're getting sold, right? Or is that, you know, that looks like a condor. No? Maybe a butterfly? You got the 423s, the 445s, and the 405 put.
S&P 500 futures back to session highs.
450 call.
7, that's up
450 call for October 1st. Interesting.
with about 2.5 hours left in this week's trading session.
All right, VIX dropping off now. VIX is dropping off here. All right, so it looks like we're going to run during the lunch hour. After lunch, there's really no resistance to a move lower in VIX. Qs are going. All right, Qs are going. Amazon blasting higher. There goes Apple. All right, looking for support.com to bounce here. Looking for it to bounce. Amazon, Apple's on the move. Can we see 150? That'd be kind of cool. Apple. VIX, S&P. S&P still moving. $45.12 is just off the screen now. $45.12. That's that level. Looking for push higher. Nice follow through. Coinbase is on the highs of the day, squeezing. DraftKings up 53 cents on the options this morning. Let's see. EMC still pulling back a bit. All right, I'm going to pop something in the oven. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I'll be back in a few.
DLO, local shares spiking over the $68 level here. Now up 9% for the session, 68.93 last trade in Delta Lima Oscar. PLOD local. Not seeing any news to justify that move over some resistance at the $68 level. Delta Lima Oscar.
Okay, looks like we're grinding right up to 45.12, eh? S&P. Cool. All right. All right, grinding higher. Qs continue to push. All right, looking good. Looks like the FANG stocks are doing quite well. Leo, what did you buy? You buy shares? You buy options? What kind of size are you talking about? Amazon, nice explosion there. That was a nice move. That was a $10 move. Yeah, it looks good. All right, VIX continues to unwind that volatility a little bit at a time, it looks like. All right, we're coming up. We're at 540. We just tagged 45.12, right? Just tagged 45.12. All right, so anything else is lagniappe, as they say down south.
GRUB, Grubhub, and DASH Dash shares relatively quiet here. About 20 minutes ago, a Politico reporter tweeting, quote, "The city of Chicago has sued Grubhub and DoorDash for deceptive and unfair business practices. Lawsuits allege the companies misled consumers by offering delivery from unaffiliated restaurants, misrepresented the delivery fees charged, and failed to disclose higher menu prices." Again, Dash and Grub shares don't appear to be responding to this news. Grubhub shares down about 7%, but quiet over the last few minutes here. Shares of DoorDash down 0.8%. Tickers Delta Alpha Sandy Hotel and Golf Romeo Uniform Bravo.
So nice trading day today. Hope you guys did well, and ladies. Good trading.
BBIG, Vinco Ventures, shares up about 54% here for the session. Traders earlier expressing some confusion on the stock's float. A company spokesperson telling Benzinga that the issue has about 40 million shares in its float currently. That's ticker Bravo Bravo India Golf. Again, the float on BBIG, according to the company spokesperson, 40 million shares.
Yeah, Charlie took a vacay day, I think. I think he took a day off. He's still in the city. I imagine you need a break. Support.com. Looking for another thrust higher. If everybody's focused on support.com, I'd probably take a little bit more off. Support.com, I would suggest taking a little bit more off. All right. Nice job there, Leo. Nice job. All right. All right, looks like we might see a little bit more, but I'd still be taking some off into strength. All right. I would start taking some profits off the table. Maybe keep a little bit on just in case it does run up. Just in case it runs up more. Support.com. All right, we're drifting a bit lower.
Swiss Info about 30 or 40 minutes ago saying that the EU has moved to reintroduce COVID travel curbs on the U.S., citing diplomats. VGK, the Vanguard FTSE European ETF, is a good ETF to watch for Europe-related news. VGK quiet here over the last little bit. ETF up about 1.1% for the session. It's ticker Victor Golf Kilo.
All right. Just watching the S&P 500. All right. All right, so grinding along the highs. Apple still, can they run this higher? Apple? Huh. All right, let's go take a look at the S&P equal weight index real quick.
It's 2 o'clock.
All right. Pull back to breakout, and then we launched again. Kind of hard to get too bearish, right? All right, let's see what NYSE is saying. Let's look at the breadth as we trade near the highs. New highs. Yep, 212 new highs, 517% increase over yesterday. Advanced decline is rising again. Coming into this week, on the weekend video, we talked about how breadth need to improve and we need to take out this high. We also looked at this pullback into previous price action for the NYSE. Needed to bounce. We got the follow through, so everything is doing exactly as we needed to see if we want to stay bullish going into next week. And September seasonality, believe it or not, a bit more bearish. So I don't know. I'm just watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA's taken off here. Jeez. There goes NVIDIA. AMD, what do you look like, AMD? AMD's flat. LRCX. Let's see. All right, pulling back now. SPY's pulling back. All right, so there you go. There you go. All right, it's probably going to be a slow afternoon, slow evening until we get into maybe the last hour or so. Amazon pulling back. All right, looking for a move above 112 on AMD next week. VIX still sputtering here at 1630. NVIDIA flagging at 226. Apache at the highs. Looking for a follow through next week.
Stocks pulling back a bit here from all-time highs. S&P 500 futures all-time high at 45.48 and a quarter. Now below the 45.05 BVIG, Vinco Ventures shares now over the $5 level, shares up about 75% here. Bravo India Golf, the stock last trading at 511.
All right. So we got a little bit of profit taking there. Looks like we drifted a bit lower. All right, so that's fine. Let's see how this works. It looks like a ascending channel. Quick observation here. A little ascending channel. I'm going to take the bodies of the candles, not the wicks. Bodies. All right, so that looks pretty good. All right, so we'll extend this out a little ways. So maybe those 460, there's some 4,600 and 460 calls we're seeing activity on. All right, so we're seeing a little strength right now coming into the markets. I'm just feeling like, you know what, any dip, unless it doesn't work, any dip gets bought, you know, watch it for a few minutes. If it doesn't continue to work, then take it off. But most things are working. Most things are working on the dips.
Shares rebounding, spiking to a new session high, rebounding over the 1175 level and now over the $12 level. The stock up about 15.5% at a new session high. Bravo Tango, Bravo Tango.
All right, that one's active again. Bravo Tango. Again, starting to go. BT. BT is going right here. Might be
DV Double Verify holding shares spiking to a new session high of 7%.
Bit Digital.
Over the $32.50 and $33 levels. That's Delta Victor. BT, Bit Digital. Not immediately seeing news to justify that move higher. This is a Bitcoin mining company. And Bitcoin futures not reacting the same way that Bit Digital shares are. That's Bravo Tango, Bravo Tango.
All right, BT starting to see movement there. Bit Digital. BT going. All right, BTBT, let's see the relative volume on it. Let's see. What is the option volume? BTBT. BTBT calls, the 1250 calls for October. They paid $1.90 for those. Paycom. All right, so S&P is fading a little bit more. PAYC. Roku up $4.88 off the highs of the session. BTBT. All right, let's see relative volume, BTBT. Not really, not really. It's only 1.3, 1.3. Bitcoin. Looks like it could go on the daily. Bitcoin's starting to pop up a little bit. 48,380, 48,380 on Bitcoin on the 5 minutes on a buy signal. The 30 minute is on a buy signal. Might be a little extended. Daily, not yet, not yet. But maybe into next week. Excuse me. Coinbase is up $9 at the high of the day. Oil and gas names. Wish it was a Thursday instead of a Friday. Looking for a follow through in those oil and gas names. Apache, Diamondback, Devon Energy, Phillips 66, EOG Resources, Conoco, and all the rest of them. Marathon Petroleum. All right, not seeing a whole lot to do here. It's a Friday. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a lift. All right, let me go check my lunch. I'll be right back.
Twitter and Square's Jack Dorsey tweeting, "We've determined TDB's direction." This was in July, reported Square is a new Bitcoin business named TBD. Jack Dorsey tweeting, quote, "Help us build an open platform to create a decentralized exchange for Bitcoin." Again, saying this is a direction for TBD. Note, Square shares Sandy go back quiet. Also, Twitter shares quiet here following that tweet from Jack Dorsey. For a little more context on that Jack Dorsey tweet, he was responding to a tweet by TBD's Mike Brock. There's been a lot of speculation about what TBD is and isn't. Over the last few weeks, our team has been determining what it needs to be determined. And again, Jack Dorsey tweeting that we've determined a direction for TBD. Quote, "Help us build an open platform to create a decentralized exchange for Bitcoin." Note that Bitcoin futures did not respond to this. Bitcoin futures trading up 3% here, $48,390. SDC Smile Direct Club shares at a new session high, up 6%. The stock rebounding from just over the 505 level over the last 10-15 minutes or so. Shares now over the 520 level and up about 6% for the session. Sandy Delta Charlie not immediately seeing news to justify that move higher.
All right, Bitcoin is easing up, easing up to the highs of the day here. Bitcoin pushing a bit higher. All right, looks like we're lifting a bit more. Back up to that 45.12 zone. Bitcoin. Let's go take a look at that real quick. All right, so that's the weekly. It's the daily. Trying to bounce. Looking for that ratio trade to play out. All right, so next leg up looks like we could get through 50,500, maybe 52,500. That's resistance overhead on, let's go to 6 months. Let's see, 6 months. More current. Yeah, all right, so that's where that 54,000 comes from, right in this area here. From this volume by price bands, zooming into price a bit more, 6 months. More current price action, more prevalent. So we push higher, a leg higher, we drift a bit lower. Push higher, back to the 21 day. Push higher, back to the 21 day. Do we get another push? That's what it looks like for now. Looking for Ethereum to break higher out of this ABCD pattern, Ethereum. Ethereum, ABCD. We got Coinbase. What's Mara doing? Mara. These trends continue. Mara. At the highs of the day, trading 40. All right, can't chase Mara up there at the highs, but any dip on Mara, looks like they got bought. B and C, it's at D now. Mara, M-A-R-A. All right, so Mara, showing you ABCD showing you an ABCD pattern, M-A-R-A, on the 5 minute. Okay, so got the A pivot. Look at all this volume. That was beautiful this morning. Had some calls that were underwater that blasted off this morning. Pulling back the VWAP, volume is okay. Pushes higher, volume starts to pick up. You got B and C. And now we got D. We're following through. Looks like Mara's going to keep going. I don't want to chase it. End of the week. Got some nice profits so far this week on multiple positions in different sectors. Oil and gas and energy being fairly strong this week. Thanks for that. SPY and the Q's looks like they're gonna hang out right here, eh? Can we get a rush higher end of day? We saw the 460 calls trading today. Looks like they're rolling up from 450. Some of them rolling up from 450 up to 460, 4,500, 4,600. On the S&P, spiders and the S&P 500. Futures are hanging out. Tick cumulative is green on the 60 minute. We're trading 6-to-1 up volume on the NYSE, 4-to-1 on the NASDAQ, just shy of 4-to-1 on the NASDAQ. DIX is up $2.59. It's got ex-dividend on September 9th. All right, so you got a couple of weeks for that. Maybe DIX continues to move higher into that ex-dividend date. Looks good. BT. Looks like it's going to launch right here. BT. Nice bull flag. I don't see any Wall Street Bets information on BT. Let me go check it out on Twitter. BT. Wall Street Snacks. All right, BT flagging, looking like it's going to run again. All right, BT got a nice flag. BT. Volume is picking up on those 1250s. For September. Yeah, we could see a nice move on this one. BT looks ready.
Reporting that ESPN is seeking to license its brand to sports betting companies. ESPN seeking at least $3 billion for a multi-year brand licensing deal. ESPN has held talks with Caesars.
Looks ready. Nice bullish flag on BT. Excuse me.
Related to ESPN, Disney,
BT. Let's see. Relative volume.
Caesars ticker is Charlie Zulu Romeo.
BT is trading 1.4 R vol. BT.
DKNG shares spiking to a session high and then pulling back. Stock spiked to a session high at 61.77. Now trading back under the $60 level, up about 3.5% for the session. Shares of Caesars, Charlie Zulu Romeo, also spiked sharply higher. A new session high at 109 and have now pulled back to around the 104.37 level. Caesar shares up 4.4%.
Bitcoin. BTBT looks ready to launch. There goes Mara. M-A-R-A. Wow. I could get shot for my typing skills. DraftKings, looking for DraftKings. DraftKings like to see 66 to 68. There goes Mara. Mara pushing higher now. ABCD pattern. All right. This is one of the nicest Fridays in a while. I know Mondo said he had like 3 really big positions. Big C, I think. Big C was one. Sports.com, that was another. That's fading a bit more. I wouldn't mind picking up some more.
Disney shares moving about $1 higher here following that report. Shares now up 1.3% near a new session high at 179 Delta India Sandy.
DKNG, DraftKings. Also speaking with ESPN, Disney, parent. All right, nice little pop there. Somebody fat fingered that one. Volume, shorts covering maybe? Support.com, drifting lower. It should be fine next week, I would think. Right now, people just, people late to the party, expecting a bounce of VWAP, didn't get one. If we do get a bounce, you'll see it. The volume will pick up. So maybe making a volume alert. Etsy starting to bounce. Etsy trying to bounce here. All right, the Qs look good. Tick cumulative is green. It's on a buy signal. Sectors. Almost everything is green. All right, we've only got 2 sectors, utilities, a defensive sector, and healthcare. Both are like flat. They're off a few pennies. But the rest are higher. XME, materials, and mining. That was lower this morning. Now we've got energy moving higher. Stretching its legs. Energy was looking very strong this morning. Looking for end of day run maybe. All right, so this is DraftKings. DraftKings will be fine. It's going to build over the weeks and months ahead, going into the World Series, the hockey starting off, NFL, AFL football. All right, so that looks good. BTBT, Bit Digital, moving moving with the other Bitcoin stocks. Bitcoin looks like it wants to go. If we can just get the daily to trigger a buy signal. IV is at 87% on Bitcoin futures. All right. I was expecting more of a fade on the S&P. Guess not. maybe in the last hour. We'll see how they want to position. Diamondback. A lot of the production, offshore production, is shut down now. Going into, what is it, Ida? Is that the name of it? EMC pulls back some more. 39.80, 39.90. Bitcoin watching closely. All the Bitcoin related names responding accordingly. Nice bounce here, Bit Digital looking for a follow through. Riot. All right, that looks like expanding. Mara, of course, breaking out. All right, Mara looks clear in the runway. Don't chase it up here. Probably next week you can get a chance. It's got its ATRs turned up. It'll probably be like at 3, which is telling me that if we get a little dip on Monday, Mara is something I'd be very interested in buying, maybe the in the money 38 call or something like that. If we dip a little bit, look for like a $4 or $5 pop. Okay, Bitcoin looks really strong for next week, bouncing off the rising 9-21 day zone. It's above the 50-day, looking good. Most of the stocks in the group are moving too. Palantir, what's Palantir doing? Palantir is flat. All right.
BGI, Berks Group shares spiking to a near session high.
Let's see, Coinbase. Let's take a look at Coinbase.
About 17.5%. Bravo Golf India. Not immediately seeing news to justify that move higher. Note that this is
All right, looks good. Coinbase looks good.
4.6 million shares in the issues float. It's Bravo Golf India.
Coinbase looking for the follow through. Post earnings looking for this to get back up above 300. 300. All right, so we see that. Once it gets back up in here, you see the Kirby here. That's what I'm looking at. Once it lifts above these areas here, it should run. Coinbase as well. You know, the firms that sold their IPO shares to those who wanted to buy, only to see price action pull back on them, it's pretty obvious where the base is, where they were picking up shares again, waiting for everyone to get their fill. And once the markup starts, this is phase 2. You can see we're spending more time above the 50-day over the last 4 weeks. Looking for a follow through now. The markup phase starts. MACD is still a little flat. Maybe a little bit more basing, but if Bitcoin starts going, this should go as well. It's got 68 million users, I think. That was the last count, 68 million users. 44% was a number that we were throwing out there. I can't remember what it was in reference to, but a lot of good things said about Coinbase, transaction-based sales and earnings. All right, getting a bounce on these oil and gas names. AMC at the low at 40 right now, AMC. I sold some more covered calls. So far, I've made about 4.5, 5 points. Selling covered calls at the high, buying them back at the lows over the last 3 or 4 trading days. So my cost basis is down below 40 now. Easy way for new traders to make premium when they're inflated. We had 170% on IV. So AMC calls were very expensive. Any pop, you had people chasing after it. You could sell them premium, look for a pullback, then buy those cover calls back for $1, $2, depending on what you were selling. So done that like 4 times now. I'll keep doing it until implied volatility starts to back off below 100%.
Shareholders approving its business combination with Celebrite. Tango Whiskey Charlie Tango.
All right. Qs look like they want to keep going. Qs. So keep an eye on your FANG stocks. Yep, Amazon's at the highs. Nvidia keeps Nvidia. Wow, Nvidia looks good. DKS. DKS with ex-dividend on September 9th. DKS.
Entering the power hour, the last hour of trading for this week's session. NASDAQ is the leader here.
3 o'clock.
Up 1.3%.
3 o'clock.
S&P 500, which is up 0.9%.
Amazon still going.
Dow 30 up about 0.7%. The Russell 2000 Small Cap Index up 2.9%.
VIX dropping really hard here. VIX dropping hard.
During the last hour of trade, everyone.
VIX dropping hard. All right. All right, so we tagged 45.12 once. We've got less than an hour to do now, again, if VIX drops off. NVIDIA looking nice. NVIDIA working. Just pulling away from VWAP. Looks good on the daily. Nice ascending flag. Bullish. Nice volume. MACD's above the signal line. RSI is near 70. What's not to like? NVIDIA looking good. AMD. Okay, AMD is not at the absolute high of the day, but looks very strong. If we could get a close above 112 today or Monday, Tuesday next week, that would be a good thing for the bulls. Maybe prolong this upward trend, bullish trend. Bloomberg's finding all sorts of ways to try to parse Mr. Powell's comments. The way they word everything is just so funny. Bloomberg. The good thing about the way Powell phrased his comments today was, I was telling a couple of you last night that, you know, the bad side of him not raising rates, even though everyone's anticipating a rate hike, is that it could be viewed as, well, the economy is definitely not doing as good as everyone's saying. Maybe that's a negative, right? Look at I don't know who's working, but the industrial production numbers, and he even alluded to this, the industrial production was looking good. And we can see that in this chart. This is a chart of the monthly industrial production. Okay. And these three, RSI oversold, leading to moves back through the 50. And these crossovers of the industrial production data versus a 12-month moving average for the year. You can see we're in an uptrend. It's pretty obvious. And the cycle is bullish. So what Powell was saying was, you know, he kind of danced around the whole idea of giving a schedule for when they would raise rates. So it didn't like spook the market from the perspective of, is the economy worse or is he waiting on something else? He wants to see job numbers get better. And he mentioned that it historically, looking back in a similar situation where inflation was quote unquote transitory, that it would be a mistake at this stage to raise rates, and he left without a schedule. So many are still thinking that it's going to be by the end of the year. Maybe. We're going into one of the seasonally weakest months of the year for the S&P. So there's that. All right, here's the S&P. You can see the industrials taper off as well. August, September, October. Only 30 stocks, of course. And if you look at the S&P, September, August, September, October. All right, so is this going to be a different year? Will this year be slightly different, coming off of COVID, lack of people willing to work, money supply, M1 and M2 being off the chain? Is that enough to change this? I don't know. What's interesting, though, is energy. Energy tends to be strong in September. Okay. And we can see the end of August that energy is down. It's doing pretty much what energy was expected to do, minus 4.2% from the beginning of the month to the end of the month. So we did get something of a bounce. So that sector adding to strength as we start to rally higher. So here's the beginning of the month. End of the month is next week. This might be one of those years that's a fluke. There goes Amazon. Nvidia's still going. Jeez, look at Nvidia. Looks beautiful. Finishing the week up a lot. AMC's turning off the low right here. AMC. Q's performing a bit better. All right. Amazon at the highs. Nvidia still moving. Q's continuing higher. Roku up $5.50. Smile Direct trying to push away. A little pop in volume on Smile Direct SDC. Support.com, the short into the close is down 34 and change. VIX showing some shorts covering. Can S&P take off here? Can we take off a bit more? All right. Looks like we're going to push a bit higher. S&P. All right, so you guys should have had a great week, and ladies. Thanks for all the great setups. Always appreciated. Observations. It's great to have, several dozen eyeballs looking at the screen, looking for the same setups. Different types of setups, but the same setups nonetheless. Many of you and many of us trade the same patterns, buy the dip, sell the rip, looking for high relative volume names, trading above their VWAP, VWAP's bullish, or swing trades. Really appreciate all that good teamwork. Have they had a chance to roll up those calls from 4,500, 45.25, 45.50, 45.60, 45.75? Yeah, I think they have. Looks like we're going to go here. Looks like we're going to go.
Reporter from Sports Business Journal recently tweeting Sinclair and Dish Network have agreed to another extension for talks that run into the middle of September. That's tickers Sandy Bravo Golf India and Delta India Sandy Hotel.
Futures are back up to the highs of the session. 60-minute futures chart looks really awesome. Tick cumulative shows market internals are bullish on 4.5, 6 to 1. 6 to 1 just popped up to 6 to 1. 6 to 1 up volume. Market internals are bullish. Tick VIX is dropping off. VIX dropping off. All right, there goes VIX dropping off. You know what to do next. S&P should break higher. Got plenty of time left. 44 minutes to go. Amazon still going. Nvidia still going. Maybe if they could hold Apple's hand and pull it along, we can get above 150. Apple's up $1.10. Amazon's up 35. Nice. Nvidia's up 6, almost 6.5. DraftKings coming back a little bit. Dick's Sporting Goods up 250. It has ex-dividend on September 9th. So maybe catches a bid into next week as well. All right, there goes the S&P starting to move higher now. S&P starting to move higher. About to take out the high of the day. Q's. All right. All right. Looks good. What a nice way to end the week, right? Bit Digital kind of pooped. Didn't do much.
SPRTsupport.com, a late day circuit breaker here in the issue.
Wow, down to 29.
Shares of support.com pulling back from a session high at 59.69. The stock now halted at 29.98. That's still up 52% for the session. Sandy Papa Romeo Tango. SPRTsupport.com. This is going to be a 5-minute circuit breaker for support.com. We could expect shares to resume trade at 3:24 and 39 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Sandy Papa Romeo Tango.
Looking good, Leo. Nice job. There goes S&P. All right, we're breaking above 45.12. All right, there's got to be stops overhead. S&P pushing above. VIX dropping off. Wow, beautiful. Beautiful. S&P, nice. All right, so I would just be, taking some things off into this last hour of trading, 45 minutes, 37 minutes to go, 37 minutes. Nice. ABCD pattern on Ethereum looks like we'll see a follow through if Bitcoin can continue. Bitcoin highs for the day. Looks like we could see a break higher tomorrow, Monday. Tomorrow. I'm not trading Saturday. You guys trading Saturday? I'm not trading Saturday. right back up to 45.12. Will it be resistance? Have they moved enough to warrant a rolling up of calls? I saw 460s trading thanks to Leastar's updates. We saw 460s. If support.com was to get down in the teens again, I'd probably be interested. All right, Ethereum looks like it might get something go. Watch Bitcoin in today. Bitcoin. Watch Bitcoin, folks. Watch Bitcoin here. IWM looks good. Qs at the highs. SPY at the highs. What a lovely day for a daydream. There goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going. Could be 49,000 soon. Bitcoin. Bitcoin. On the move. Watch your Bitcoin stocks. All right, S&P trying to push through that level. VIX, big little spike here from the low of the day, just popped up 20 cents. VIX, as we're trading here at the highs. Who is this? Trying to sell me insurance? Yeah, you guys trying to sell me insurance. Extended coverage on your vehicle. Your vehicle's expired. Guess what? I don't own that vehicle anymore. I love it when they try to sell you something and you, I don't know. I don't know. Did they get anybody to bite in those, whatever.
SPRT shares resume trade, support.com.
Where is it now? At 30? Support.com?
Is rebounding from under the $30 level. Shares up about 57% for the session. Sandy, Papa, Romeo, Tango.
It looks like shorts covering. Looks like we could see a bounce here. Support.com. All right, looks like I would love to see a bounce here. Nice discount on support.com. Nice discount. Shorts covering. You imagine if this runs back up? This you imagine if this runs back up to the highs? Oh man. Market makers must be, I can't even imagine. So far it's just shorts covering. Watch the candles. If you get more than 2 candles, I would think it's more than just shorts covering. It's end of day. Probably just a few names that people are actually watching for any kind of move in the day. We got VIX, nice little reversal there on the lows. VIX. I'd start cleaning up positions, taking things off, exiting. All right, it's been a nice day.
AVYA, Avaya, seen a block trade in the issue, about 839 shares at 20.35 per share. Alpha Victor, Yankee Alpha, shares of Avaya trading up about 1.5% today. Another block trade in MDLA, it's Medallia, seen a block trade of about 817,000 shares at 33.77 per share. Mike Delta Lima Alpha.
Okay, 45.12, line in the sand, holding. Coinbase new high of the day. Coinbase new high of the day. Looks good. Support.com, more shorts covering.
About 0.9% S&P 500 futures last trading at 45.06 and a half.
Up,
With under
up almost 1%
trading session.
near the close. We still got 26 minutes to go, 25 minutes to go.
390 million to the sell side.
So we were up more than 1% today. At 1%. All right, make sure you check your 8/27 expiration. 8/27 expiration. You don't want to be caught holding anything. Make sure that you're exiting your positions that expire today, 8/27, August 27. If you have anything that expires today and you're in the money, don't plan on being assigned, make sure you exit. Bit Digital, BT looks like it wants to go. Trying to do something here. Sport.com, shorts are going to start covering more. All right, looks like new money coming in. Looks like new money coming in. Shorts have covered. Give it a couple more candles. Maybe this keeps going. Really nice week. Nice setups. Great teamwork. I imagine most everyone is making money. All right. Tesla up 10 on the day. Not a bad day for Tesla. Oil and gas names did well. Apache, Diamondback, Marathon Petroleum. Okay, looks good. BTPT still trying to go. All right, everything's settling down. A little over 15 minutes to go. AMC rising off the low. VIX starting to back off. Got plenty of time to run it one more time. Plenty of time to run it one more time. Okay. Don't take your eyes off the screen, especially if you got something that's in the money that expires today. Coinbase at the highs. Let's see what FANG looks like. FANG, or rather the Bitcoin. Our Bitcoin's okay. DraftKings. Just waiting for a few things. There goes Dick's end of day. Dick's running. There goes Dick's on the move.
SBRT support.com shares halted on a circuit breaker. The stock halted near a session low at 28.20. Shares down sharply from a session high at 59.69, but still up about 43% for the session. Sandy Papa Romeo Tango.
S&P.
Few headlines here between Dow Jones and Reuters. U.S. spy agencies unable to pinpoint the source of the COVID-19 pandemic, according to a classified report. However, the U.S. intelligence community saying that the coronavirus was not developed as a biological weapon, and some evidence showing it stemmed from animals or a lab
tick alert plus 800.
High tick. Uh-oh. Rut-row. High tick alert. Support.com is halted, by the way. Support.com halted. There goes, it's going to try to push right through 45.12. Let's see if I keep the number in the way, if it'll stop it. All right, they're going to run this higher. Oh, man. What a nice day. VIX dropping off. BT trying to push higher, trying to break out. Apache going. Apache going. Nice work. Nice work, Frano. Yeah, Google. Nice. Roku. Looking for a follow through. VIX are a little bounce there on VIX at 1630. Etsy came off the low. Ethereum turning higher. All right, so the numbers are in the way. Couldn't get through the numbers. Tick cumulative is still green. And fast signal continues to rise into the close. It's 6-1 up volume on the NYSE, nearly 4-1 on the NASDAQ. All right, VIX is still pushing higher. Amazon's taking out the highs of the day. NVIDIA, still a very strong day for NVIDIA, just off of 227, near the high of the day. Support.com is open again. Support.com, open again. Looking good, Frank. Nice work. All right, sport.com coming back a little bit more, 27, 26. Gets into the teens, I'd definitely be interested again. Definitely would be interested. NVIDIA, more profit taking now. Less than 10 minutes to go, 9 minutes to go. Starting to see profit taking everywhere. Good idea to take profits off the table. Minimize your exposure. We'll come in with a fresh look on Monday. Got weekend. We have some weekend exposure. Weekend risk with the whole Afghanistan issue. Okay, so we're going to settle right underneath 45.12, looks like. 8 minutes to go. Coinbase up $10.50. Coinbase looks like it's going to go again. Draft DKS 138.24.
Entering the last 6 minutes in trading for this week's session. Just a few minutes ago.
Bitcoin looks like it's going to go here. Bitcoin looking for a pop.
45.10 and pulling back about 4 or 5 points here. 45.06 last trade heading into the last few minutes of this week's trading session.
$2.5 billion to close, to buy. Market on close. Yeah, I see that. Thank you. $2.5 billion to buy. Market on close. A lot of trades off today. A lot of catching up to do at the close. Market imbalances. Dealers getting back to delta neutral. Let's see what they do in the next few minutes. Amazon at the highs. Etsy coming off the lows. Support.com at 26.37. Did they halt it again? Apache back up to the highs of the day. VIX still moving higher. VIX is moving higher. All right, S&P pulling back. Futures pulling back here. 45.12 held as resistance. We got 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes to go. VIX holding at 1650. At the close, Tesla with the calls. Tesla with calls. Tesla at the close. Tesla. PayPal looking good. All right, VIX starting to roll over again. Got less than 3 minutes to go. Double check your positions. If you have any 827 closing in the money, make sure you take some things off. Take it off if you don't plan on getting assigned. NVIDIA just off the highs of the session. AMC back, a little bit of trading there, back up to 41. AMC maybe gets back to 45 next week. All right, Bitcoin just off the highs of the day. Coinbase at the highs of the day. Coinbase 260 by the close. Looks like 260 by the close. DraftKings looking for a pop above 60. DraftKings trading above 60. DraftKings. Less than a minute to go. Well, have a great weekend, everyone. As usual, we will send out the video about 2 o'clock. It's usually posted in the alerts channel by 2 o'clock. If I get sidetracked, I usually don't send out the email until a little bit later. Sundays, I like to have brunch with the family. Go to our neighborhood breakfast place, have some mimosas, and enjoy some of the spoils from trading with you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell this Friday, the 27th of August. Thank you for joining us today. You're welcome, Brian. Take care. Zen Prophet, Rob, if you're still listening, take care. Have a great evening. For all of you still listening, make sure you're always trading with a plan. You have a plan for an exit as well as a plan for profit taking into the highs if you're long or whatever. Do make sure that you're trading with a plan. Otherwise, you can lose money. That's the whole idea behind the site. We want to help people develop good habits, good trading strategies, good risk management. That all comes with experience, but if you stick around the room long enough, you'll pick up a lot of these habits and, some of the live trading examples. Okay, so with that, I'm going to bid you adieu. I'm going to go hang out with the family. Enjoy the rest of my day. Have a good one. I bid you adieu. And adios. And a das vidanya. Arrivederci. To all of you out there. Have a good one. Take care. Ciao.